welcome to session number 7, I believe, of Tears of the Kingdom. Current scorecard is 17 shrines of 44 Koroks, and we are exactly where we left off in a previous stream. Overlooking the dam, wasn't I? Yeah, overlooking, well, Zora's Domain, and what seems to remain of its local protection from Varutadder's Dam. Yeah, we climbed up here afterwards. We can maybe take a peek down there to see what the Sora are up to while muck is splashing down from above. Or we could do something completely different. We'll take a look. There seems to be a shooting star that landed all the way over there that no, that's not a shooting star, that's just more muck from above. And that fort over there we had already previously besieged, so we shouldn't worry about that one too much. One thing I haven't really checked is whether these are related to any Korok puzzles. Like if you can lift these objects and put them into place or something. It occurred to me to really try this out, as it does seem suspicious to me that you have one object here you can move and one object you can't, and maybe they are supposed to fit together in some configuration, but not really. They might just be rocks. But it's the kind of thing that would jump at me ordinarily as a Korok puzzle, perhaps. So, anyway, let's continue. Let's see. Where are we going to go today? We can deal with Zora. We haven't really dealt with any of the civilizations, so to speak. And we are here already. Or we can perhaps continue down to... I was looking for Hateno Village, but we can eventually do that. I can't really tell which color dragon is up there. But given our current geography, probably the green one. We have not seen yet at this point, so let's just see how we're going to proceed. Yeah, I mean, we're up here. I guess we would do well to go down and just see what's happening down there. Obviously, at this distance, it's probably not going to show me any specific figures in Zora's Domain. This whole area seems to be pretty much emptied out. And yeah, because I thought that this looked somewhat like maybe the remains of a divine beast discovered in goop. We can maybe take a look over there, see if we can traverse any of that safely, and then proceed from that point. So let's go down to the dam and see what awaits us. We're still currently playing without the paraglider because we never got around to picking it up at the beginning of our adventure, and we've been very thoroughly diverted ever since. Now we go down, and well, we'll see how it looks. Whether there's anybody to interact with, anybody to see, or if they are all more or less in hiding. For lack of clean water to swim in, I don't know if Zora have just been completely displaced, or... I would assume that you can't actually step in the muck, but we shall see. I need to reach my friend. All the way over there? Yeah. Anything we can relocate? Yeah, we can just make a power boat. I think it's probably necessary. I doubt we're really going to be crossing this otherwise. Actually, let's make the boat first and then load it. I see a control stick there as well, which is promising. Control sticks are relatively scarce, and so we should actually just keep track of where we found them, because we can use that as a building location, perhaps. Yeah, we've got fans, we've got planks, we can build a pretty sizable boat. And attach. And then let's build something nice and long. Have the Korok sit in one part of it. Did we have a second fan here, or just one? I thought we had seen two, but I made a mistake. No, just one. That's fine. Oops. Or do we want to put the Korok in front so I can actually go back and forth? And no, we don't need to. Let's make it long. And hope for the best. Just need plenty of room. Just in case. Dock on top. Kind of in the middle here. Take a passenger for a ride. Hopefully steer decently. Yeah, I have to place this such that I can reach it. I mean, I seem to be able to splash here just fine, but I probably shouldn't risk it. Maybe it's just hazardous to Sora, who knows? Looks like some Octoroks are still camping out. We'll just skip them. Try not to get buried in muck along the way, and see a couple of things here. Korok location as well. We'll perhaps do that once we've unloaded the first one. We'll see what that will be. It looks like it's just another archery test by the looks of it. I need to let up on the engine here for a moment anyway, so at least when we manage to reach our destination, right along here, and come on, back up a bit. Hang on, let's let it recharge. Or we can just jump out, but you know, I would rather. Oh, we can't really back out of this because the propeller only goes one way. That's okay. We dock here. We can just move everything manually, including the boat. As long as we don't lose it from distance. Let's actually place the boat a little bit closer so we don't run into despawning issues if we unload the Korok over to his friend. And we'll take him over. There's my friend, you're here. We'll take that. Not that we know where to cash it in yet in this game. Is my boat still here? Yes, it is. Good. I have to understand the despawning rules, obviously, and while it's very strongly implied that you should continue from this point, I do want to go back to the other Korok spot that we saw, what we still have fresh in memory. Nope, scared that away. Alright, let's take it back. Somewhere on this side. I see it. We'll just go sailing. And drive. Looks pretty easy to spot. We'll see how strict the archery test is actually going to be. Moreover, what else there is to see in this location, since it is a pier for docking. Alright, why don't I see target is way off? That's what the key eyeballs are for. Oh, I guess not. Maybe we need a longer bow, more powerful. Nope, sails right over. I'm gonna burn all the eyeballs here. Nope. The homing effect definitely sends it sailing longer. Actually, let's go a long flight with a key swing, perhaps. Off the bow a bit. We go right on target. Yeah, there we go. Let's work a lot better. We burnt way too many arrows on this. Key swing. There we go. Just go with a long flight. I think ordinarily you'd need a more powerful bow or just a better drop shot to do that, but we'll take that. It'd burn quite a few resources, but whatever. And we'll see if we want to come out this way. It's a couple of different piers that you can dock at in the reservoir. This is the ×2 over here. Seems like there are other piers that get you closer to Zora's Domain, which perhaps we should check. I do want to see what was up with what looked like the remains of Aruda, but if that is what it is, I'm not really sure. I think it would have signaled that to me. But anyway, let's ride. We'll eventually check it all, given enough time. It's not necessarily at this moment. Maybe it isn't. I mean, I can't really tell this protrusion in the middle whether it was here originally or what happened really to any of the divine beasts, now that we think about it. Does this look like a dead elephant to you, or is it just a rock? Maybe it's just a rock. We can ascend up some of this to perhaps take a look. That's evidently what this spot is for. I guess we'd best keep on going. Nope. Can't really check the range here, ever. And unfortunately, I think we're a little bit stuck up here now. So we go down a step, perhaps. Oh, yeah, I'm actually kind of stuck. Well, let's see. Let's see if we're allowed to land in this muck, or if it is a problem. I wouldn't just climb down here. Okay, you can. I guess the Zora just don't like it. With pollution. Also, we have a potential issue here. That's fine. We can. Just move the propeller and turn like this, perhaps. And then try something similar. Can we turn out of here now? Not really. Or we can just reverse the whole boat. Let's say we just try to drive out this way. Yeah, then pushing forward on the stick pushes forward on the propeller, and That saves that. Dog it. And what should we do here? Okay, so the dam was this way. That's our landmark. Let's just proceed towards Zora's domain and perhaps get a sense of what is happening. It'll be our first manner of engagement with any of the four main civilizations. We do in fact encounter the Zora to see what troubles them. I remember with Breath of the Wild that early on there was a polar statistic that a staggering number of players actually went Varuta first. Probably because the game does quite a lot to guide you that way if you follow the quest, by going to Kakariko and following the Dueling Peaks and then just meeting Sidon or Sidon and going about your merry way, but of course I did not do that. I saw the Rito first, if I recall. Anyway, here is a rather empty looking Zora's domain. I guess everybody's in hiding. We'll see where they went. We'll draw the boat a little closer, although we see some additional parts to build a new one, if and when it becomes necessary. Can we sleep in a bed? I guess we can. If we really wanted. Everything is looking pretty desolate around here, though. Anyway, here's Zora's domain. Do we see Zora? Or has the place just largely emptied out from muck and flooding? Well, I guess we'll find out. Oop. Is this the weapon we want to be using against these guys? Let's remember what my controls are here. Yeah, sure, why not? Nice long reach. Probably should use an elemental weapon against them just to get the element I want. That seems to be the purpose of a Chu Jelly in the first place, and so we can multiply some of our elemental resources as it befits our interest to do so. Anyway, here we are, Zora's domain, and there is a shrine. We might as well go down and approach that just to see what's going on. Maybe take a dive since we know the fluid is safe, although we currently don't have the waterfall traversal ability that we had in the last game, so diving down immediately may not actually be the best move. Looks pretty largely deserted to me. Oh no, we have some Zora. The custodian's whipping the place as he has done for however long. Let's find a safe descent. Again, we don't have the paraglider, so we actually do have to strategize a little bit here and find a good way down. And just somewhere to slip down to the ground, like up here, for instance. We'll take it down one side. Oh, we have the steps. Yes, of course. Something else that we perhaps didn't really have to engage with originally in the game, in Breath of the Wild, rather. And just because you could sail everywhere, climb up waterfalls, fly about to your heart's content. I don't really remember this staircase at all. But here we are. Scan around a little bit, and I guess the custodian will tell us what's up when we approach. In particular, where everybody has gone, to find some cleaner waters, I hope. Oh. But they don't get us stuck in the mud as we just did. I wonder if there's anything here below the waterfall like there used to be. Doesn't seem like it. But anyway, we'll traverse our way over to the town and at least do the shrine and see if we can resolve some of the mystery. Yeah, very different too, as I was saying before, to any kind of water traversal here without just blocking things off with cryonis everywhere. But we shall see. Pretty quiet here all around. Interesting to listen to how this is portrayed musically as well, with the familiar instrumentation, but you know. Sure, let's spend a massive spike ball weapon on breaking open a box. Okay, so we see some Zora over there. We see... oh, I think that might be our old friend. Oh, no, or just somebody else red. Oh. Some Zora still trying to bathe in the sludge. Feeling a little depressed about it, understandably. I wonder if they ever restored the informational tablet. In the middle of a battle. Yeah, I guess a battle with uncleanliness. With this mop as my weapon, I must resume the fight. It is me against this dreaded muck. Oh, come on, you people remember me. The scourge of your civilization. Anecdote 2, we never found tablet 1, but at least I have a new one here. Entrusted with the task of renovating the Zora stone monuments at Fallen Ruin. I don't remember if it was Sidon or Sidon. I know they say it in some of the cutscenes as well as in Age of Calamity. And also that the naming scheme for the Zora is actually based on the musical solfege, so I always thought of it as Sidon because it's, well, C and Do as in T and Do. But I actually don't remember. 11 stone monuments total. And yes, so that's what happened because this was the tablet that in the previous game was mostly illegible. It is not set in stone that I shall be the one to inherit the throne, as it is not a matter of blood alone. I noticed that that particular phrase rhymes quite well. Anyway, 11 stones. I guess they might be in similar locations on a trail, but there's the Zora palimpsest. Okay. Toughen up. Splash fruit. Ah, so that's what splash fruit is for. So perhaps splash fruit might remove some of the hindrance of your movement or some other kind of debuff upon you. We'll see. We don't exactly know what the water effect is useful for yet. But I hadn't even thought about washing the muck. or using it to counteract any such effects. Anyway, let's not forget that there is a shrine here waiting for me that we saw from above. Vile sludge. Well, I guess I'll have to give you more splash fruit. We've got plenty. Statue. Oh, hey, I remember you. Or someone who looks like you. The manta ray type. Now, this is Super Mario Sunshine. Well, you wash away the sludge with splash fruit. But do you shoot it with splash fruit? I bet you do. Where's my splash fruit? Or do I just throw splash fruit at it? I bet I shoot it with splash fruit. Yes, I do.
Whoa.
Well, now we know.
Yes.
Majestic forms of the pair who saved this cherished domain in the past. Sir Link, the heroic Highland swordsman, but in Zora armor, which is why they don't recognize me at all.
Whoa.
They absolutely don't recognize me. But I guess I'll pass. They probably think that I'm somebody different because I don't have the sword arm anymore.
Oh?
Such is the life of an involuntary amputee.
Yes. Whoa.
Sir Link. Oh, so this is a recent visitor. But then, where was she previously based if she's the fiancée? Because we don't know where anybody else in this civilization lives. Anyway, here's Yona. I find it suspicious. Very suspicious. But she does look like the other caretaker. Rather. So it seems like the manta ray types like to mop things up. That such a thing took place beneath Hyrule Castle.
Sure.
At Mifa Court. Ah, okay. Formerly the site of the Lionel with the lightning arrows. Kinda wish we'd just gone up there and found him first ourselves, without the quest pointer.
Oh.
But we'll do it. Getting ready for the wedding, no doubt. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can explore the town as we've done many times before. Cookpot? Yeah, we should actually cook.
Ah. Ah.
Linea's fine. Linea's personally quite fine. So,
Ah.
try to waterbed. Yeah, we probably will, depending on the expense. We definitely need to cook, though, because we've been pretty short on refreshment after all we've been through lately.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Blissful waterbed? Highly praised by the Prince of Hyrule, yes. Holds you in this all-consuming benevolence.
Aye.
We might do so later. To heal up, just to see if it triggers anything, but we'll maybe stock up a little bit first, because yeah, we have all this multiple wheel stamina food that we don't really have a reason to burn just yet, but I'm a little short on the elixirs, and we want some Gloom Cure on backup as well, which we'll be using the... what is it? The Sundelion. But anyway, we're a little short on meals in general, so why don't we get a couple of skewers in? And we'll do a couple of stamina meals as well, just... to see. I'm thinking that my next upgrade will probably be to the stamina wheel regardless. But anyway, we managed to get all of this meat off the Bokoblin squadrons that we have managed to intercept here and there. I'm almost out of apples. Let's actually change this up a bit. Stimulus Shroom. Can we select for something with a good stamina wheel? I think we should, yeah, we should just stack shrooms actually. Just so we can, or maybe it's more efficient to do something else with it. Let's, no, let's just do this as before. We can make 4 of these and having a full wheel is usually pretty good. Having most of a wheel anyway. Oops. Decrease. I'm going to just spend all of these for now. It shouldn't be too difficult to come by. And then we have to find this Sundelion, because that the Gloom Cure has been something that I've been a little desperate for in a pinch. Somewhere here. Solid Princess, or maybe we used it all. Did I? Oh, we lose it some. We can find it. Swords roll. There's a Sundelion, yeah. And Cures Gloom times 3. We'd want to heal with that anyway, so we'll go with the porridge. Just to have this some backup. We'll keep one Sundelion just in case we need it for something, maybe. But we'll probably need swim speed at some point, but we'll keep things as is for now, I think, unless there's an elixir that I could particularly benefit from. I found that I have actually been craving run speed from time to time, but we might just leave things as is for a moment. Yeah, we haven't actually cooked with a gourmet meat either, but we'll save that for when we have more hearts to refresh. Okay. And that's the shop for additional food supplies. I don't know if we can get the armor here as well, but always a good idea to get arrows So we will. We'll just have to... Yeah, we've got no rice remaining, so... we want to stock up on some of this stuff. Looks like they're out of a lot of supplies. And what about the armory?
Yeah.
Good ear for the footsteps. Attempting to repair Dazora armor. Yeah, but she wants me to find her fiance first, right? Information on the Skyland, yep. Well, nothing else here in the shop so far. We might want to stock up some of the rice. Just in case we have a relevant recipe, but no, that's okay, we'll worry about it later. Sludge is sludgy. What did happen to the king anyway? I don't know. I mean, this was originally a shrine location. We see it's no longer the case. Let's find a shrine that actually was around here, though. I don't think I quite saw where it went. Grab a couple of crabs along the way. And the shrine was down there. Let's take a look at it. I'd have to make my way back up afterwards, but it should be okay. Splash fruit. Yeah, I mean, we'll find our way back up. Well, bad idea, but that's okay. We'll refresh once we have completed a shrine. There we go. Okay, so what do we have here? Power of water. Yeah, because once we get the waterfall climbing ability, I wonder if we can take it all the way up to the original Great Sky Island. Anyway, some water mechanics that will be relevant here, as well as some power conduits by the looks of it. And we'll just have to get some water conductivity going. I think that seems to be the purpose of this exercise. This looks like a power conduit of some sort. Also, these objects look conductive as well. So for example, if you plug these together, then perhaps you can create a connection. Once this is powered up, of course. Nothing is powered up here currently, so... But is this a power cell, or is this just a connector? It's just a connector. We'll use it, but not until we have... Oh yes, and it's one of those connection points that allows you to just tap an object and use it as an activation point. So we should do that, in fact. Also, can we break this? No. But I bet we do have to come down here to repair that connection eventually. Also, over here, it looks like we can do something to adjust water level. Aha. Okay, no, it's is a generator. So basically we need to create continuous motion, which we can do if we apply this plank on the other side. Might as well pull this out while we're at it. Can't carry it right now? That's okay, we'll just leave it. Which will break something. So let's say we do this. Will it continue? Yes, it will. But that's all it activates until, of course, what if we use this? Does it store a charge? Or is it just an activation point? It totally is a conductive material that stores a charge. Look at that. It's a battery. And we'd seen a blueprint for a battery previously, but this is the first time we've actually used one. And the idea here is that if you manage to connect these two other pieces, you would be able to open that gate, I think. But in order to do that, I think we are missing one connector, such as the treasure chest that we have not opened. So why don't we glue that together now? If everything is conductive, I don't know if it's safe for me to traverse the water, if I'll get shocked. Kind of suspect I'll get shocked. Oh, something broke. Maybe not the best connection point here. Let's rotate it slightly just to improve the connection. Nope, bit of a long stretch. No? Really? It looks so plausible. Right along this diagonal. We're just not finding the right connection point for it, actually. That's... I bet we can do it, it's just... end to end. Really? That is rather dubious, okay. Well, perhaps we get another object for it. But we only really have access to a battery. This really looks like it should be it, but... Actually, because these are just power leads, perhaps... It's going to conduct through the water. We don't actually need to connect these pieces, right? Like, what we should, in fact, do... Let's move this out. And are we able to reach from here? Yes, we are. We move the leads out so we do not shock ourselves too soon. Because then you drop the battery. Because that way, if I'm able to reach before the battery depletes. Oh. Come on. Now, does it deplete if nothing is consuming it? Oh. Never mind. Oh, yeah, it totally does. Okay, so... Then maybe it's the kind of gate that will stay open once opened. Let's charge the battery and try it again. We'll see if this improves. So you charge it up. Yeah, because the battery's drained as soon as there is something that is going to consume power. The leads are both in. Do I need to? Yes. So perhaps I don't need to completely connect this as long as we drop this. Okay, then am I able to step in the water or do I die? Okay. Looks like there's a range at which I'm almost safe. Seems like I could potentially lock myself in here though if I run out of power. Anyway, we better not die. Take this out. Pull this out as well in case we want to eventually recover the scepter. Charge the battery again and use that probably to power the fan. Then do we just plug the battery directly into the fan, I wonder? But well, we're about to find out. Okay, now use it on this platform. Here. Up we go. We'll see if that's the end of the shrine, or if there's part 2. No, that's it. Simple battery tutorial. Which luckily didn't shock me completely to death. Okay, I guess we should head on back up. I mean, waterfall traversal would be pretty obviously nice to have in this game, so we should do it. Also, we can just ascend. You know, that's nice, using ascend on existing terrain like this to head on up. We still need to kind of get into that Tears of the Kingdom mindset when it comes to engaging with a lot of the same spaces. But so much for the infirmary. We can maybe even head up through the back of the centerpiece here. Let's see. Anyway, children playing. Where's the king? It's a big secret. For his own protection, perhaps. Yeah. Better not get carried away and say stuff he's not supposed to. So they're in charge of keeping his location confidential. What was the infirmary? That was the level below, right? Let's take a look here. Right. So there she is. Just one more thing. And yes, that's right. So our armor. How did it break in the first place? An ancient arowana. We'll have to find that. A scalloped net fish. Alright, let's talk to the blacksmith. Let's do it. Get powered up once again. So, blacksmith's over here. Let's have a chat.
Yeah. Oh?
Mifa's statue? Yeah, that's fine. Then let's head on up. So nobody wants to tell me where the king is, least of all these children who absolutely know. And have been entrusted with state secrets. For some reason that reminds me of Graham Greene's The Fallen Idol. Old thriller directed by Carol Reed about a child who is privy to all kinds of secrets in the embassy. Now, how far up are we going? Pretty far. Not far enough, but pretty far. Good enough, though. Potentially find something interesting. No, maybe not. Climb, yes we can. Let's reach the top. Just to see what's going on. It's all pretty sludgy, though. We shall see pretty soon if we can make it. It's going to be tight. And yeah, of course it's a Korok. Very natural location to check. Now we have to get back down. It's okay, we'll slide back down. Then we have to head up to the mountain anyway, which... well, would have to find a good path to traverse. I mean, that's why we should have checked it before coming down, but it's okay. We won't have the benefit of Cryonis this time, too. Go up any body of water we please, so... I know that when people first heard about this game as taking place in the same world as Breath of the Wild, then there were some concerns that it might feel too redundant with the existing space, or alternately that it might render Breath of the Wild obsolete, but no, it's really a completely different experience just because the traversal powers are so distinct. Not the same game at all. We're probably going to have to drop into the water and climb all the way back up from what I'm looking at right now. Because this is not actually the best place to get down. Unless we climb a little further below and drop into the lower platform. But no, I think we're actually just going to ascend. Drop into the water and just ascend our way up. Again, like I was just saying, we need to apply some Tears of the Kingdom thinking to this. Remember that ascend is available whenever possible. Oh, we head on up to one of those locations there. That looks pretty reachable by climbing. There's probably a fair bit of ascension to do here. You don't get washed completely away first. Actually, that bridge is a lot more promising. I think we'll take it. And we're still in the wrong place. That's okay. We'll go up as far as we can and just drop back down as before. Punch through the ceiling. Rather risky thing to do. Good thing the device tells you instantaneously whether this is a valid move. But we'll climb. And Back to the old Lionel spot. And see what awaits us there, but... yeah, I guess we have a pretty clear progression objective in mind if we want to get this Zora armor back together. This looks moderately suspicious. Moderately. And oh! Alright, I guess we'll fight. These guys are pushovers though. That's why we stock up in arrows. High attack power when it gets wet. Do we want that? We've become pretty full on weapons, so we'll just keep the existing weapon set until we break something. We're so full on weapons, we're using this good stuff on boxes. In fact, let's switch to lower bows since we've good burning durability on the higher ones just for the simplest functions. This looks interesting, this glow of green. Oh, I see. No, that's just a falling shard. Luca, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. This will be very familiar territory to you, of course. But also my first time seeing it in this game. Okay. I'm gonna visualize our angle of approach here a little more accurately so we can see what is or isn't ascendable. Oops. Let's keep going. Just trying not to play this before Breath of the Wild. Yeah, because I know you want to finish Master Mode first. I decided not to do that. I realized there was just no chance. And that, moreover, that if I delayed this too long, I would just never get this game done. Especially because I'm playing this the slow way. Rather deliberately. We should eventually put together all of these new tablets. But of course the pathway is quite different now. Illusion. Yeah, we haven't even seen the story leading up to this point. First half of this tale can be found on another stone monument. I was reading that first? Well, too bad. It is the only name that works. Well, let's see what Mifa Court looks like. But yeah, it would be a pretty interesting experience, I think. To jump right into this game with the landscape in Breath of the Wild so fresh in the memory. I would say it's mostly fresh for me because I did see a decent chunk of it again last year in Master Mode in a completely different order than in the original game, although maybe not at the same level of precision. But yeah, this game, it's really interesting in that it's truly not a redundant experience. The traversal over very similar spaces feels completely different, and it also does not do anything to make Breath of the Wild obsolete. And that, you know, I think that after playing this game, I could return to something like my Master Mode file in Breath of the Wild and still have a pretty interesting time. And that, despite being several hundred hours long, that I feel increasingly like the two are designed to be played as a pair. Or rather, this game was designed to be played very much as a sequel. But yeah, if you're eager to jump in, I don't see why not. Depending on how realistic you think it is to, within your schedule, do everything. It was not really realistic for me to make time for my Breath of the Wild file this year. I mean, you know, partly it was because Fire Emblem took much longer than expected. And it was already a bit of a cram for me to finish that before this game. I don't know when I'll go back to Mario Maker. I love Mario Maker. I think it's consistently interesting, but I feel like I need to squeeze every available hour out of Tears of the Kingdom while I still have it, and while I still have a certain sense of day-to-day momentum. The thing about both Breath of the Wild and this game is that I find it just impossible to burn out on it. Because there is so much variety and so much freedom to take things at your own pace that, you know, I have never played games this long that have remained this interesting. I've already spent definitely upwards of 30 hours on this file here in Tears of the Kingdom, and it all feels like prologue so far. I mean, I've barely touched this thing. I feel like I'm going even much slower than I did in Breath of the Wild, where it took me maybe 50 hours or so to uncover all the towers on the map. We haven't even been working on that in this game. We haven't been touring much of the map at all, in fact. Just mostly been seeing the Ankala region, and now, today, the vicinity of Zora's Domain. But I've hardly visited anything. There's so much I haven't done or seen. And I'm just motivated to make time for it every day. It's a thing I look forward to every day, in fact. You know, the reward for getting to the end of the day is that I get to see more Zelda again. The game, not the princess. We haven't seen much of the princess, except... well, I don't want to say too much. Anyway, let's move on up. Have a good climb, and then make our way back to the old Lionel spot. I spent so much time on Age of Calamity, too, when it came out. Despite not really being a Warriors player, often. You think the soundtrack is giving you spoilers? No, I wouldn't say so. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. If you think so. Like if you're going chat only right now without looking at the video. I don't know if there's a dead giveaway for what's happening here. Okay. Get to a fight though. And then here we go. Yeah, I mean, you know, you have to manage your own spoiler tolerance. And yes, you have fun as well. Do let me know when you get started on this. I'm sure you'll outpace me in no time. And enjoy the Master Mode run. In case anything very special has happened with that. Okay. We have falling objects over there. Yeah, let's see, because I believe it's that mountain that I'm looking for. over on the jumping off point that we remember quite well. Mostly from the lightning arrows. Back in the day, whoops, not exactly getting a snipe here. Oh, stop jumping. Here we go. Should have gotten that one shot. Opal sword. Oh, I see. Okay, so it might be a water weapon. Let's actually drop something and try it out. We have an existing staff that I want to drop. We want to keep the lightning weapon for the time being, but if we drop the spear just for a moment, I just want to see, because this looks like it's going to be a spell orb. You gotta splash him in the face. Doesn't do much damage, actually. Might be useful for getting rid of the muck, though. Come on. You know what? Yeah, water doesn't do anything. We should actually just... I mean, I don't think it's even worth it to trade for the opal. Let's just go with what we know. Because, yeah, I guess any gemstone would be attachable. We were previously trading off the ones that we got from Wiz Robes for gems like rubies. But... there we go. Snipe them off. I guess the water effect would be nice to clear some muck, but I doubt we can do much with it otherwise. Like if you just decide to hold it and whip it a bit. Yeah, so maybe that's what it's good for. Just use it to clear space until the effect runs out. Maybe it's usable for that. Because we know what the splash fruit effect is like, and we also see that if we Mario Sunshine our way through this, maybe there's something interesting that you would uncover. I mean, there's continual muck pouring into that pool there, so probably no point in trying to clear it. I believe this is where the Sora armor was originally. Oh. Okay. Oh, there's a frog. And yeah, we probably can't do much with that. Tossing splash fruit on it isn't likely to do very much. Let's continue over here. Yeah, just climb. Okay. From here, let's just see if we can make it all the way up. Is that a treasure chest? Yes, it is. Let's take the camp. Scout this out first, see what we're dealing with. Just a lot of green Lizalfos munching on some meat that we're going to steal. Just snipe them off one at a time. Okay, they're going to take 2 hits. That's fine. Right, because we switched to the weaker bow. Nope, we got someone sending me some crossfire here. Maybe it's more arrow efficient to use my heavier bows. Because, yeah, the arrows at this point are probably worth more than the weapon durability. Just given how heavily we're spending them. Loot a bit of everything here, and we can definitely maybe. Oop. There we go. Probably drop some water on that. You know, actually, let's try this throw control. Wait, I was trying to figure out how to throw an object by paging to it and then hitting R. I thought it was in one of the tutorials, but perhaps it doesn't work with a fruit. Okay, bow's breaking. That's okay. We'll just use the stronger ones and, well, also pick up another one. That's fine. We're actually running a little low on arrows at this point anyway, so might as well just fight properly. Okay, you guys down. Love outranging everything with spears. Okay. Oh, he's going to pick up all the gear of his fallen comrade. I've got to put on the new bow. Let's do that. I will muck around. Don't want to waste a splash fruit on this. A lot more weapons lying around. I mean, mostly I'm just interested in bows and arrows, but whatever. We'll take everything we can. Oop. Not run into fences. Nope. Wasting some arrows here. Let's not do that. There's probably no way the treasure chest is actually worth it, but we'll take it. Who knows, maybe it's a battery charge or something actually valuable. Grab some meat while we're at it. This is about to break. Let's just break it, I suppose. Yeah, if we have a hammer or something that we can use here, or something with a rock on it. Thought I passed by a rock weapon. Sophos horn. Boomerang. Broadsword. Let's... broadsword. Oh, here's a rock sledge, actually. Let's use that to break some boxes, and we'll just trade it out for something else afterwards. Let's be careful with this barrel. Let's just move it all out of the way while we blow up other things. And where was that chest anyway? Oh, more arrows? What awaits me here? Wow. Very nice, actually. Let's drop the rock sledge. These Lionel grade weapons everywhere. I'll take it. There's another shrine up there. We'll make our way towards it. Pretty obvious destination at this point, so... What are we even holding? Switch to spears, our first option. Well, anyway, that answers the question of what the water effect is for. We tap into a giant supply of chew jelly. I wonder if we can throw the chew jelly, or if it's just the splash fruit that will do it. Okay. Loot the eyeballs, that'd be great, given how many keys eyeballs we spent earlier. More arrows, excellent. We'll gladly take that. Kind of get a sense that we need to clear some muck before we have access to the arowana, but we'll come up here and see. Mifa Court. Beautiful piece of architecture here. As a siblings memorial. Anyway, let's see the prince. Security report. All right. He's there, flashing his winning smile. Keeping his teeth nice and shiny. That little glimmer in his eye that we've come to know so well. You know what? Let's do the shrine first. Oh, interesting. It's got Mifa's theme here too in the music. Just a little bit different rhythmically, but it's clearly the heart of this motif. I want to just listen to this, but we also should do the shrine first. But musically, I do want to see what's going on there. I guess we need to unmuck this thing first, if this is the entrance. So let's get some splash fruit. And do it. Luckily, we're sitting on so much of that. After wondering what it was for. Okay. Mid-air perch. Again, I hope we don't require a glider for this. So you can place these anywhere you like. That's the whole point. And I think, like with Cryonis, you just restack them one at a time until you get where you want to go. It's exactly like the Cryonis ladder, in fact. You might even be able to climb these on the side. I want to check this. Are these climbable surfaces? Yes. That's even better. We can, in fact, make quite efficient. Let's pull them all. Whoops. Just in case we need them. Oh, the downward angle is always a little bit weird to grab. Let's be careful with that. You never know what you can break by taking everything with you, so let's just stack them all. Bring it together as a clump. Yeah. And let's go. Okay, so we have a plate. And where's our destination here? I guess we're just trying to cross. That's perfectly fine. We'll just use this to suspend the platform, I think. Whoops, no. Oh, how come it drops there? And why was it being suspended just fine over here? Or does the orientation matter? Huh, strange. What was peculiar about this area that permits me to do that? I didn't really see what the environmental clue was supposed to be. Also, you drop back out at this point. I start. Alright, no, that's okay. We'll just create a perch. I've been concerned about things being weighed down. Yeah, so you'd basically just have to create a bridge. Let's create one first before we load it across. Given that this is a notable event to come here and see the prince, I would assume that the shrines in this location are going to be comparatively simple and accessible, and that does appear to be the case. Let's just take this with us up across. Gonna jump with it? Kind of. Good enough. Yeah, let's take everything with us. Just in case we want it. Looks like we just create a ramp here. Possibly just change the angle as this is on. And maybe the top as well, just to make an adjustment. Can we? We're about to find out. Ladder over here, let's check it. Probably a treasure if we're being careful. No, it's nothing. It is absolutely nothing. Maybe a respawn point for pieces that you drop. But I am not clear on that, so. Pretty simple. At least so far. And now we have more floating pieces. So what makes them float? What is the Unique property in a chamber like this. I guess when they are glowing. So is it only in specific rooms that happens? Then how do you demarcate them visually? What is it that makes this work? It only happens with some of these platforms and not all. Also, we can totally just pop this piece over here and grab the chest this way. In case there's anything we actually want to loot here that... Oh, yeah. Very good. So what is up with these initial locations anyway? That permits me to do that. Not actually clear on this. But I suppose we just make a gigantic bridge and then we just send this across to the other side. I'm carrying it manually. Let's just break things open and take them with us. I mean, we've got so many pieces here that we don't foresee this to be too much of an issue. We build symmetrically a little bit, and we just go 3 and 3. I don't actually know how we're doing in terms of length, so let's just check. Yeah, I don't see the logic behind the flotation, that's all. In terms of what floats and what doesn't. 2 pieces should be enough, we'll do 3 just to be safe. I guess that does create a little too much force. Okay, so maybe 2 pieces will do. The idea then is to just create the bridge. And there we go. Yeah, that's expected. Let's just spin this around a little bit and see. Whoop. Again, sometimes the axis of rotation isn't what I think it will be. Let's go like this. Push it over just slightly. Move the whole structure. Can we reach? No, it was just a little bit short. Because we did need that 3rd piece. That's okay. We can probably do it without snapping everything. Now we've reinforced the structure a bit. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's just... You're probably supposed to stack them piece by piece and ferry your way across with floating ones, but I'm gonna do it this way. Nope, hang on. Come on. Just like that. Let's grab a floating piece. Regardless of why it's floating. Yeah, it doesn't drop it. It actually does glow in this location. I guess some of them are just valid for this zone and not for other ones. Let's take them out. So perhaps this was supposed to be a floating piece puzzle to begin with, but we don't care. We'll just make the bridge. Oh, and it actually powers everything up on this side. The floating property is conducted. I didn't know that. Maybe this was supposed to teach me that in the first place and we just never realized. Too busy doing things in my own order. In fact, that still doesn't reach, does it? Guess maybe you are supposed to float it. Well, actually, there's a pretty simple solution to that, which is that you put everything on this side on a floating piece as well and make it all float. Oop. Yeah, you're probably just supposed to trade pieces over and over to do this, but again, we don't care. I do this my way. Probably pop the orb on top once you're done with this. I mean, it's going to float anyway, so we're fine. Oh, as long as we don't lose the orb. Come on. We don't want to attach it because it's going to shake. Or rather, we would have to shake it in order to do much more with it. Whoa, no. Okay, never mind. It is on a bit of a tilt, that's why. I don't want to attach it because we'd have to shake the object loose. And that seems like a pain, but let's try to catch it more accurately than before. Pop it over. Roll it in. Yeah, you're supposed to probably make a series of stepping stones and all that, but... yeah, so it looks like the floating property is conducted, but I don't know why it gets to floating property in the first place. Where it comes from, how to generate it. I never actually figured that out, but that's okay. Anyway, that's another one down. We'll catch some of those in eventually. Fill up the stamina wheel a bit. It is daytime. Yeah, we'll talk to him in a moment. I do want to see the peak first, just to see what's going on. I also don't know if maybe the arowana swims in some of these waters. Maybe it's even all the way up top. Or if we need to do anything special to catch it. Because we certainly don't have bombs. There's Mifa's statue in its place of honor. Deservedly so. I kind of wonder how the other champions will be memorialized by their respective civilizations as well. That looks like the arowana. There we go. And we'll eventually jump back down to get the Zara armor. Can we catch another one? Just to have a few to work with? Yeah, we can. Couldn't think of a better champion to memorialize like this. The cast of companion characters introduced in Breath of the Wild is truly quite wonderful. I mean, it feels like engaging with the main plot in that game is such a small part of the experience, which was why it was nice to see these characters again in both DLC and in Age of Calamity. where you get to play as them directly. Let's actually talk to the prince and then we'll dive back down and get the armor. Pretty simple sequence here, actually. We just got this down very efficiently. Look at that, we're so close to the sky here, too. Where perhaps once we get the armor, that location is swimmable. Let's take a look at how the cliff there works, in fact. Because I'm sure there's going to be some kind of purification that you can do. Let's see what the landing location is going to be. We might even want to mark that on the map eventually. Oh, that just kind of tails off midair. But perhaps if you sent a platform up there and built your way towards it, then you could reach the waterfall and slide up. I mean, this is also low enough that the balloon plus glider idea would have been able to get me up there too, but because it's definitely much closer to where I am than the labyrinth was when we tried to fool around with that the other day, so. Because if we can actually propel ourselves up to that waterfall, then, you know, with something like propeller wing rather, then maybe you can just hop into it. Assuming it can stop the glider, which is always a bit of an open question. And then see what is up there in the sky. Yeah, obviously I am going to probably try to get back up to the Great Sky Island if we can reach it by a waterfall. Anyway, he's doing his work here, purifying the water. Keeping the sludge at bay. Our old friend with a gleam in his eye, just watch it, he's gonna give us that old sly wink.
Is it really you?
It is. He's grown up somewhat.
Good to see you, my friend.
Come on, give us the wink. Give us the wink. It's still unclear to me what the passage of time is, and moreover, how long I would have disappeared even since the prologue in this game. The sky is absolutely the key to everything. Of course, they're the source. Rather obvious. Ah, yes, we did see the historian perusing the library early on. The source of the water that flows into Zora's domain. Yeah, he's basically acting as the waste filtration facility. Got a busy job. Don't know where his father is now. Well, we've got to solve this problem. We actually haven't been engaging with Zelda's quest at all, so let's speak with Giotto. At Toto Lake. We might even have to look at the map for the waypoint for a change, but we'll see. But that's okay. I mean, clearly the priority right now is to get back down to get the waterfall climbing ability, since we have the arowana in tow. Toto Lake, though, maybe we should look at the adventure log here just to see what's going on. Okay, so we'll see, because he was telling me something about the path being all sledged up, but ruins investigation. Oh, now we'll see.
Ah.
Protecting Giotto to restore Netoto Lake. Notice a shrine over there, too. I think we can afford to go down and get the Zora armor first.
Ah. Hmm.
Unable to seize his work yet.
Ah.
And this is our only
Aye.
clean water. Kintho, it is going wonderfully. We've progressed very well in this stream. We're finally doing some story content, so while we haven't run into it as we were winding down, and we just happened to be in the area, it's kind of fun to see how this has developed since the previous game. And yeah, so
Ah.
it's been fun. It's been a very productive session so far, in fact. Lots of stuff done. Okay, so we know, let me take a look at this vantage point again. He's telling me about the path that way. We can see the shrine over there as well, which we should probably mark. Where's that? We have marked this one already, interestingly enough. We've seen it from a distance. It is past the... Oh yes, that's past the Citadel, I guess. No, that is the Citadel. More or less. Wasn't quite clear to me from our current position. Because that's where we unwisely picked to fight with a Thunder Gleeok. That is the Citadel. But then, looks like over there, that's where we want to go with our Splash Fruit. I think it makes sense to go down and back up. Because with the waterfall climbing ability, we should be back up in no time. So, let's head on down. And then I want to see if it's possible to go up this thing. We might need to expend some resources to try it, but it'd be worthwhile. Yeah, let's not sludge our way up too much. I think from here we can probably just take a dive and go back to town. Love the beauty of the Zora architecture. In both Breath of the Wild and this game, it was something that was just instantly stunning about it. Like the fulfillment of what they were always artistically trying to go for in both Ocarina and Majora's Mask. I suppose they're in Twilight Princess as well, aren't they? I had almost forgotten. Okay, so that's actually back to the dam, but that's back to the domain where... Yeah, we can probably make it. Let's do it. Let's hope we don't hit ground. Oh, look at that. It even gives me the skydive animation, which is going to give me a little bit of freedom of movement, which we didn't have previously in falling from the sky. When we so unceremoniously plummeted from the balloon. Okay. Well, we got here pretty quickly, so let's just head back down to town. And we'll be back there in no time. We'll just head straight back up to see the historian. Oh, these guys are hanging about. Yeah, sure, why not? Come on, fine, we'll poke you. If you really insist. We don't need to be too frugal with our weaponry. Not like this is master mode. We do want stamina items though, as much as we can. Until we get upgraded. Besides the bosses, have I encountered any new mobs that weren't in the last Zelda game? Yes. Yes, definitely. And, yeah, there are some pretty interesting encounters with new standard enemies, including a few returning ones from much earlier Zelda games that were not seen in Breath of the Wild. There definitely have been a few returners as well as a few that are completely original. Yeah, because I know that one thing that people definitely noticed about Breath of the Wild was that despite the tremendous length of the game, that you could feel like you exhausted the enemy set pretty quickly before you had seen them all, but here, no, not so much. I think we've probably got lots more to discover too, still. Yeah, because I've only really covered about a region and a half of the map in any detail. And yeah, there have been some really fun fights. But a good bit of familiarity too. Oh, didn't realize there was a goddess here. Yeah, of course there is. It was in the last game too. We just never really used it there either. So anyway, let's say improve the stamina just a little bit. You remember the enemies being annoying to fight in melee range? Yeah, I guess it depends on the weapon that you're using, because you know, you don't necessarily need to use weapons that have a massive knockback effect, but I'm pretty weak defensively in this game right now because we haven't been working on gear or health. So actually, I hardly have any gear. I am barely out of my starting gear in the game. And let me see if I can show you. Yeah, I'm barely out of my starting gear. We haven't upgraded anything. We've barely collected anything. So I'm already at the point where some of the enemies I'm fighting do one-shot me. You know, even regular enemies, if they have half-decent weapons, they do one-shot me, so... we've just had to be careful sometimes about enemy weapon range, and so I've been totally over-reliant on archery and just fighting at range whenever I can. Just so we don't get poked. Anyway, where was the infirmary? Here it is. Yeah. Brought her the arowana. Now can I please have my armor back? Or is there more questing to be done? You know what? Let's ask her questions first, even though we know the answers.
Yes, yes. Whoa.
Building a park on a carcass of Lionel's. Clean water, yeah. Anyway, I
Whoa.
like my armor now. And I guess we'll
Mm.
place the Yiga suit that we've been using for
Yes,
stealth
yes.
purposes. Good old Zora armor. It will not work with sludge, that's fine.
Whoa.
Anyway, we'll go see the historian. And about the Zora armor. Yes, very precious. Did Mifa make it for me in the first place?
Yes, yes.
Won't help against sludge, but that's okay because we found one patch that was non-sludgy.
Whoa. Yes.
Alright, let's go. Let's wear it first, that's rather important. Kind of wonder if you can complete the set in this game as well. I assume you can. Once you find a location of the flivers and the helm.
Oh.
For the swim speed.
Oh.
Ground north of the domain. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh. Hmm.
Captain Baz.
Ah.
Control the area near the Skyview Tower, which of course we can't unlock yet because we don't have the map app. That's okay, if we're by there, we'll rescue him anyway. Get him out of trouble. Anyway, up the waterfalls we go. Once we get there, you know, yeah, we'll go to the big one. Or we can just ascend up step by step, but no, of course we want to try the new suit, so if we can make it over there, we will. Sure, how about the next level? Wrap around this side first. Okay. Now let's see if we can make our way over. We were actually just a little short. That's okay. This is pretty easily climbable, especially with the slight boost in stamina that we just received. It is kind of interesting to come here from Breath of the Wild and have a few contextual clues for where things are, like the various goddess statues. Although, of course, we've already seen that slightly subverted once. The Shrine of Power. And a related quest. Look, there's a Korok diving ring. We actually haven't seen these at all in this game up to this point, so we will go up and we'll make that landing. And I bet that at that height it gives me the skydive animation like it did off of Deployment's Mountain. Maybe there's a minimum height for that, though. That's we're going to see. Can't just ride us over to the waterfall, though, so we'll walk as far as we can, and then... Oh, I also don't have the glider, so how do we come up the top of the waterfall? We'll see. How is it going to land me afterwards? Well, we're about to find out. Let's hop up and in. That's what happens. Okay. It totally assumes that you have the glider. Well, I don't, so can I... You know what? Can I roll forward or do something? Hang on. I should probably get that glider. I didn't realize that that's the interaction. The game just totally assumes it. I wonder if there's something I can do with like a weapon stomp or something that... Yeah, you'd think I'd be able to do it with the hammer. Oh, okay. Bad idea. Bad idea. Maybe we need the glider. Unless I have something that would give me a bit of forward thrust here. Let's see what I can do. No, because it's going to be the same kind of stomp with a weapon either way. I should probably just get the glider, but... Let's see, what do we... Swim up. You know what, you can kind of manipulate your position too, a little bit. And perhaps I can get into a climb if I'm close enough to a cliff. Oh. I'm gonna hit rock? No, I'm not. Come on, can I just inch over slightly? Not even slightly? Or maybe hit stone if I use my weapon? Okay, nope. Guess not. Yeah, I guess the game just totally didn't account for the possibility that I'd skip the glider. Let's see if we can make our way over to... Let's see if I can even pull back at all. Or if it just gives me the same bounce. Yeah. Okay. Smack on the ground. Okay, thankfully without taking damage. So, I think we can probably inch our way over to a cliffside as we go up. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Oh, it totally doesn't let me. I can kind of do a little fishy leap here. Well, anyway, now we know what happens. We'll just find the other way up then. And I guess this power will become useful once we have the glider. Oh yeah, I also got caught up here again, so... This is pretty entertaining, though. This is an interaction that I think most players will just never see. It's not possible in the first game. Whoa, look at that. Tilt down. Can I pull back? Okay. Let's maybe mark the Korok spot as well, since we can't dive into it at the moment. Yeah, we should get that glider. I've missed enough content at this point. We'll have to work our way back there first. And... yeah, let's just mark this location. Or rather, hang on. Dead center. And let's just go up the old way. That was interesting. Unexpected, but interesting. But yeah, so far, you know, with the glider, that this is a very rare instance of either this game or Breath of the Wild ever requiring something missable. Like I said, with Breath of the Wild, I skipped the very first quest for the longest time. Didn't even pick up the camera feature on the... what am I doing? Ascent, yeah. On the Sheikah Slate or anything like that. And I think I counted that you can actually do up to about 112 out of 120 shrines. I didn't do all 112. I got up to like 109 or 110 or something. But then you start running into the ones that actually require you to complete the first quest, and sometimes it's not very well documented. Like how the tech labs don't activate, the green dragon doesn't activate. A couple of things are mysteriously unavailable in Breath of the Wild until you're actually past a certain quest point. That's the most similar analog to what I'm seeing here with the glider. But of course, the consequences here seem to be quite a bit more severe. You had to Google search for the last 5 or 6 in Breath of the Wild, yeah. I think I had to do that with 2 locations at the end, and I regretted it, because with just a little bit more patience I could have found it. Like, I didn't feel like they were shrines where, oh, I never would have found that by myself. I feel like they were entirely locatable for me, and we just didn't check the spot. But yeah, I went into Breath of the Wild completely blind as well, pretty much. Didn't know how many Koroks there were, didn't know how many shrines there were, and we got up to about 117 or 118, I think, without help. I still remember exactly which ones I missed, obviously, because you never forget a spoiler. I learned very early on, when playing a lot of puzzle adventure games like point-and-click adventures, back when I was younger, that I find receiving hints to be extremely unsatisfying. Where, you know, I'm sort of increasingly of the belief that with minigames, I would rather drop a game from being stuck than have to look something up. Like, I would actually rather be stuck. Because the completion statistic is not that important to me. The intrinsic satisfaction of figuring something out, that's quite nice. The exception, of course, are when you have things that are really opaque or poorly designed to the point where, you know, you look up the solution and you realize there's absolutely no way you had the means to figure that out yourself. I think that's the way it is with a lot of old school secrets in video games, but not really so much the case in modern design. I think nowadays it often feels like an oversight for that to happen. As opposed to a lot of older secrets where you feel like you have to have a guide or a manual, otherwise you're just pixel hunting. Like the Ice Beam route in Metroid 1, for instance. That's a good example. Or some of the, you know, burn the correct bush pathways in the original Legend of Zelda. I feel like Breath of the Wild, anyway, was very fair when it came to secrets, locations, shrines, etc. It's just that if you miss something, it's because it got buried in the sheer vastness of the game. The game was just simply too big to make it easy to find 1 or 2 things that one was missing. I think about that sometimes with Metroid games and how, ever since Prime 3, I think, Metroid games have been pretty easy to 100% because, you know, near endgame you would usually have some kind of map indication system that lets you clean things up. So in Samus Returns there was a scanner. Metroid Dread had a pretty good solution to this actually when it comes to mapping. But, you know, it's easier to do 100% than it used to be in most video games because increasingly they're kind of designed with that social expectation that it's something players expect to do. Whereas in older games, players weren't even necessarily expected to finish them, never mind get everything. And Kiddo, you're saying you usually give puzzles a good amount of time, sometimes skipping and coming back before you start searching. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't get 900 Korok seeds. No, I didn't do that level of 100% in Breath of the Wild. I just had other things I needed to play before I could get to that point. Oh, hey, here's another attempt we can make at the Lost World Jurassic Park maneuver that I was trying repeatedly. Oh, except the backpack guy's in the middle this time. So you can steal meat from the backpack of the one who's wearing the backpack. Oh, he's going to totally see me. Oh, they all see me. Okay, never mind. Let's... Whoa. Whoa, okay. We got bombarded. By fire. Yeah. Wasn't even watching my health. No, because I was trying to follow one of those squadrons the other day and snipe them off one by one. And we just ended up stealing a lot of meat out of a backpack. Okay, so it does spawn me on top here. Oh, it actually spawns me directly into the fight. Okay, great. Let's just get out of the muck here. We might even clear some terrain first. I don't know if these guys have their movement affected by the muck. I think they must. Whoa. You know what? Let's stock them in health first so we don't get one shot. Hopefully. Now, who are we dealing with? Just blues, none of them armored. Yeah. Actually going to go back to their pattern suited up. We'll probably just fight them at range. I don't want to waste a bomb arrow on this, but we'll... You know, the boomerang, I don't want to use it as a boomerang necessarily, but we can just slap these guys and... We're going to use the shock weapon, because I love it. Absolutely love it. And we'll just club them after that. Just shock the whole group. Yeah, this guy's a firebomber. You have to watch their backpacks to see what they're carrying, because... You know what? Why don't we just set them on fire? I wonder if that'll react to the firebomb. Probably not. But if you had ice, you could probably just freeze all the chew jelly. Yeah, of course, if we kill him before he starts launching at me, then the benefit of that would be... Whoops. Do we no longer have a shock weapon? I guess I broke it. The benefit of that would be that you can loot him. I guess if he chucks all the fire at me, I don't get to loot it, right? So let's go spear. And let's go shock arrow. We want to use chew jelly or shock fruit. Let's go chew jelly, because it's not a health item. Okay. Oh, he's going to chuck it at me. Love the new enemy patterns. There are a ton of enemy-to-enemy interactions that are new to this game. And they're all really satisfying to watch. Come on, let's pelt him in the eyes. Whoa, okay. Yeah. Was dead center at least. Okay. Oh yeah, that guy just bombed himself, which works for me. Okay, he's going to do it again, which also works for me. I don't want these guys to fall off the cliff, though. I want to loot them, so... Whoop. Okay, let's go over here before everything explodes. Whoa. Yeah, let's not get stuck in the muck here. That could be a massive risk factor. And then... Whoop. I was trying to back out of that, but was a little bit slow. B-Minute's almost done putting in final grades, yeah. I'm sure you're itching to get that done. Okay, a little bit slow in backing out of that. The friendly fire was kind of fun to observe there, though. In that, the red choo-choo guy was trying to toss everything at me while his boss was standing in front of him, which... Okay, we need to get rid of some of them up, probably. Let's see what we're going to do. Yes, I was going to shock weapon originally. We still have that. You know what? We can burn off the shields off these guys if we go fire. Because they are carrying wooden shields. It's just that they also get flaming weapons off of that. Maybe that's not the best idea. If we burn off the shields, then at least we can access them without them blocking everything. Okay, I forgot to heal up. Let's do this again. Yeah, but let's run out of here. And we were so close to finishing that fight too. We just got so careless with the last few hits when I should have just stood back and pelted the guy. In general, when we depend on archery, we have an easy fight. When we try to get into melee, my low defensive stats right now are causing some issues. Okay, let's heal up, first of all. In the words of the immortal Leroy Jenkins, at least we have chicken. Okay, now let's... Oh no, we don't want... if we have splash, we can clear some space, but let's go... shock when we can. No, let's burn off the shields. Let's burn it off. Okay, now we can actually hit stuff. Whoa, let's get out. Get out. Get out. Climb, climb, climb. Okay. Let's heal up first so we don't get bombed. And then we need some splash fruit here. I guess we're getting stuck. Okay, splash. Where's my splash? Okay, here we go. Got out of the fire just in time. That was a fun maneuver. Could have just used a chew jelly as well, I think. But okay. Nice thing about shock is that you get this area effect as well. We just toast them all at once. That's a lot of fire. Oh, getting stuck. Let's get out. And we'll just pelt him with regular arrows just for damage. Whoa. Okay, here we go. And now let's just take this guy at range. Or with a weapon that will allow me to shield. Let's get the one-hander going. Might as well just burn off the shock emitter club. It's a fairly low durability at this point anyway. Yeah, just spend it and then maybe use one of the heavier weapons. Okay. Get ready to flurry rush perhaps? Whoa. Oh no, President Hudson. Whatever will we do now? We will smack this guy. Get him to lose his weapon. And how are we doing for weapons? Do we pick up anything useless? No. Yeah, I guess we've used that shield for quite some time. Our best wooden shield for much of this game. But we can always grab another. It's only bound on the Dragonbone Boko. The issue is that we don't currently have another good wooden shield for lightning conditions, but we'll get there. Oh, a couple of Aracudas over there. Where are we? We're close to where we want to be. Eventually we want to make our way over to that shrine, but it's all the way over. Be minutes, all done. Okay. Hope you didn't have to fail too many students. If you're allowed to fail them. I know that at your grade level, maybe there's this kind of minimum quota, perhaps, depending on the system. Today is the last day of school besides Friday, which is a party. Well, party on, I guess. I'm sure you have a number of students who have either started playing this already or are looking forward to Friday for much the same reason, so they can skip the party to play Zelda instead. You can fail them if they get under a 59%, yeah. Are they carrying other bats? They totally are. Okay. Okay. Or is that just its tail? Let's check this. No, just Aracudas in a standard way. There's another one trying to dive bomb me, right? Let's heal up for a moment so we just don't get smacked. We have something cheap here. Toasted truffle fish. There we go. You can not turn an assignment and get a 50, yeah. The thing about grading systems is that all of them can just be optimized in their own way to, you know, skip out on certain things you don't want to do, but I was perhaps rather too good at that as a student myself. Just figuring out what to bypass at the right time. And still do very well. But again, not setting a person up for success, no, just setting them up to find interesting forms of exploitation. Did we break a bow? Yes, we did. Let's grab another cheap one. We've been low on arrows this whole game, but it looks a bit. Let's switch to a cheap weapon. No spears here. Just arrange this guy a little bit. Come on. Whoops. Alright, we'll grab that. Arrows are precious. Look at that. Poked him in midair. Right in the belly. That's gotta hurt. We gotta get back to Tarrytown and get another President Hudson shield. I just love this design. I've been wearing this for a while. Might switch off of it just so we have a wooden shield in tow, though. But it's about to break, so I feel like we should replace it. Okay. Seriously? Missing at that range? Okay. Oh, we gotta heal up. Hang on. Do we have 3 heart meals somewhere? Yeah. Bit of a toughie. But he is in the black grade. Few minutes, you gotta go to bed, yeah. Have a good night's sleep. Bank up some of those sleeping hours before the summer of B. Whoops. No wonder that previous guy's out-of-the-box spitting attack was so tough. Okay, let's not knock him off the cliff. I do want to loot him. Let's... Back here. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Send him back. Badly damaged? Let's just toss it. And what do we have here? Yeah, we can maybe go for shock weapon, but you know what? Let's go long blade. Get some wind cleaving done here. Thing about both this game and Breath of the Wild is that I think one of the primary motivations is just to do things for the style points. You don't actually get any points, you just get the satisfaction of doing something very cool with the weapon set, and something like that Claymore kill certainly qualifies. Did we actually mark that shrine, or did we mark this shrine? Let's see. Okay, nothing was here, so I didn't previously see that. It was kind of tucked away. There's Thunder Gleeok over there. We can't fight him yet until we get some lightning resistance. He's just going to smoke me. But he's our longer term objective. We eventually should ascend the rest of Akala Citadel, though, just to see what's going on. Oh, just a camp over there. I don't know. Maybe we already saw that. We had already been over to this area. We just missed the shrines. And we're up here in the first place because we're looking for the researcher, which, well, following our curiosity here, we'll see if we should have it upon that lake. I see a tall object and I see a reason to climb it, so let's climb it. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that if you're in the muck, you can't really jump out of that for a simple climb, as we discovered in the previous fight sequence. Kind of a clutch maneuver there to use the splash fruit to create some space just to jump out of the way of the fire. That last fight was also the first time I've used the Eightfold Blade as a wind sword, the way it's supposed to be used, instead of just chopping down trees with it. No, you know what? It's much more efficient to climb this incline. Okay, treasure chest, of course. It's worth checking this. Give me a core or something? Bright bloom seed? Yeah, it's okay, I guess. We've got so many of those. But maybe there's a reason to consume them in vast quantities once we're in the dark. Anyway, this looks like the lake of interest, right? Or was it over here further? Let's look at the map. Side quest. Does that qualify as main quest? Oh yeah, it totally does qualify as main quest. It's the only main quest we've been doing. That's just Saturn's location, though, right? That's not the quest location. The Toto Lake. Which one was Toto Lake? Let's just check the lakes. I mean, he looked over this way previously. I think that is the lake. And if we're wrong, we are wrong. I mean, seems like a conspicuous location to perform some search, but let's see if we can find anybody along the river bank or the bank of the lake, rather. Yep. There's somebody. Here, grab some more fireflies while we're here in case we need enough gear later. Practice hunting for fairies as well, you know. Just in case. An investigation, eh?
Ah.
Right, she's the daughter who was guarding the historian. Now, where is he? Is he in the mug?
Ah.
Interacting with dangerous things, yeah.
Oh.
Which opening? I didn't see any opening. Oh, okay, I see. We're obviously going after him. Say, I guess we are doing something that's classified as a main quest. Because of course we are. An ancient stone slate. Can I interact with it? Not yet. Waves upon a stormy sea. Our ancestors from the ancient past? Well, I mean, we're missing quite a bit of it. I wonder if we do have to find it and piece it back together. Stand upon a land of the sky fish. Oh, like the windfish. Perhaps. I mean, it's a fish mythology anyway, because it's the Zora, but given the presence of the windfish from Link's Awakening in Skyward Sword as a very prominent throwback to Link's Awakening, one of the many throwbacks in Skyward Sword since it was kind of designed as an anniversary game, I sort of wonder how this will interact with the Zora lore here. Stand upon the land of the skyfish, a droplet, the watery bridge. Alas, we need more pieces.
Ah.
Your fins are tied? Well, I mean, we'll just find the other pieces. Hopefully in the neighborhood so we can fish them out. Like right here, for instance. After we use some splash fruit to untie it. I kind of wonder if choo-choo jelly works. It totally does, because it's water affected. That's just how the elemental system works in this game, is that, you know, you just follow what is sensible. Things with water effects have the same consequence. Is this in the correct orientation? It was looking like it, but here we go.
Whoa.
Yeah, I wondered who was responsible for that.
Ah.
Stand upon the land of the skyfish and behold its lofty view. Among the floating rocks you see a droplet waits for you. Through this droplet shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. Do this task and you shall reveal a most wondrous thing. We don't have the mark of the king, I don't think. Unless it's a splash fruit. Well, we'll need to find out what this is. See the watery bridge's resting spot with your own two eyes, that which connects the Zora to the people of the skies. The land of the skyfish. Yeah, so we stand on a certain platform, and we go towards a platform that's shaped like a droplet. Possibly we need a parachute for this, unless we use the glider. Shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. And yeah. And we need to find where the king is because his whereabouts are presently confidential. Oh, he has no idea that the king is nowhere to be seen. Well, if we return to the palace, maybe with this new information we'll have some interaction with the children who can tell me where to look. Either that or we consult with the prince again, because that would be the sensible person to ask. Also, we can just look around here some more. Yeah, big dragon shadow overhead, perhaps. Stand upon a land of the skyfish. I actually wonder. If you go up to Mythic Court, that's a diving location. It gives you a skydive animation. I don't know where it's going to start with a sky platform. There's a clue to getting up to the sky, so likely we start off on our own end here. Because, you know, maybe the skyfish is the ancient arowana. It would make a lot of sense for that to be the case. So if the land of the skyfish is the perch off Ploymus Mountain, where we know we have a unique skydive animation, then perhaps we look for a dropping platform on the way down. That would be a shooting location once we find an arrow with the correct object attached. So we should go up there and check first, just to scout out the location and see if we understand it. Also, yeah, I guess we have a cheap little weapon here we can use. Should actually bind it as some useful object instead of leaving it in its base state. And we are here. We're going to look for... what is it? Some crates. This is camp we had previously cleared, at least until the blood moon decides to pop back out. So I don't know if the crates have anything left for me. That's useful. Yeah, the sensible thing to do, obviously, is to go back to the children and see if we can extract some clues from them. Since that is now along what we were doing for the quest. But still unclear on a lot of what surrounds the decommissioning of the beasts. Hold still for a moment. This is our first blue, okay. Didn't realize that. Let's heat up. Actually doing story content in this game, imagine that. Never thought I'd see today. anyway. Let's head back up. Yeah, and we'll just dive back down if necessary. It's going to be one of the easier ways back down anyway, so... Anything about the king? That is the Zora armor. Yes, it is. Yes. Except, of course, we don't get any way to land out of the waterfall jump right now. Oh. Okay, so he does interact with you. Mark of the king, floating rocks. When in doubt, ask my father, except he left the domain. And a throne room is where the children are disguising his location. Yeah, we'll quickly ask. Ask about the fiancé, yeah. Have I been to the Skyview Tower? No, because we don't have the map app and no point yet. Pura asked me to allow her to build it in order to create a map? Yeah, we haven't seen what Pura even looks like in this game, so...
Yes.
Most useful to have a map. Well, we haven't mapped anything, so... We'll eventually have to find Pura. Probably that's related to getting the paraglider as well. Since, you know, these are two very essential things that we're missing here, the paraglider and the map. But we'll do what we can. So yeah, we should return to this throne room. That seems to be the way to go. Now, floating islands being the starting point. I feel like it's got to be this structure here. I would have to glide over. And because I would be required to... Oh, yeah, sure, let's reach your friend. Because I would be required to land out of the waterfall jump, I would probably need a glider for that. Unless we just balloon up from below and try to ascend through the way we completely failed to do in the previous stream. But balloon plus glider could be interesting here. If the balloon gets you high enough to glide over accurately. Anyway, let's take you down. Usually these act as a bit of a vehicle or mechanics tutorial. In this particular case, no, we're just going to yoink them. That seems easiest. Yoink, yoink. And we'll pop them over eventually once we get out some sludge. We could, of course, just water bomb this thing, but why expend a perfectly good splash fruit when you could do things a slow way instead? Or even just make a bridge using these platforms. Here you are. This is a rather conspicuous set of tools that we could potentially use to build something. Oh, that's a balloon, isn't it? That is a balloon, which means, and we have some platforms to use in conjunction with it, which means that this is totally showing me that we should be able to go there. If we have something like a fin to propel ourselves horizontally as well, that'd be ideal, but we have lots of tools. There's activation points, which might also serve as batteries now that I look at them. Now that we've done the battery tutorial, I understand they are batteries, they're not just things that you tap. But of course we'd need a power source for that. An existing power source, if we can. So we stimulate it with something like electric. I actually wonder. Nope, guess not. What is a platform? So a balloon with a flamethrower and perhaps a propeller jet. We could make it pretty far. As long as we're reasonably balanced. Yeah, stabilizer plus balloon is something I wonder about, but basically you can create a balloon basket. Battery packs. This is totally implying that you can do it. But again, the limitation right now is no glider. But if we attach a wing, the way that we did previously, maybe we can make a way up. By just overshooting slightly. I mean, the intention clearly is take something in there and go waterfall, but balloon would get you pretty far. It's just that I don't want to expend any of my charges right now, and it's a pretty steep drop if we love that. So I think I want to figure out the Mark of the King first. Also because, again, we might be required to have a glider to complete that. So let's do the aimed dive, if we can, off of the main platform, top of the mountain. And we'll see what the king has to say. Yeah, really quite a beautiful spot. What if we get a Korok for climbing? Need a statue. Nope. Look like it. Anyway. Just take a dive. Yeah, this doesn't count as the floating islands. I think it's got to be off of that one over there. So you'd find a teardrop, you'd shoot it, and then it opens a path that we just don't know about yet. Okay, let's just take a dive. Splash. Splash. Whoop, there we go. Okay. Here we are. And yeah, same route as before. Well, or we could just dive and ascend back up, but no, we'll take this route. It's familiar by now. talk to the kids. We'll see about the Mark of the King. I have a rough idea of how it's going to go from there, but again, looks like the glider is at least a soft requirement here, so even though there are probably ways to get around it if you're just creative enough with devices and don't mind expending tons of batteries, which unfortunately I can't do anymore. Display of swim dancing at the base of the waterfall as a token of thanks. Okay. Poor President Hudson. Anyway, let's see what the children have to hide.
Oh. Oh.
He's not returning, so
Oh.
become a play area for the children. Totally hiding him.
Oh.
Joe, who was just cleaning the throne room. Yeah.
Ah. Oh. Hmm.
Right, we heard about Captain Baz already. At the tower, we'll deal with it later. When we unlock mapping.
Ah.
Anyway, they're hiding something. The king's in trouble, of course he is. King Doravan Super Bunch and Super Kick, they have a rather rosy view of his athleticism, given his physique the last time we saw him. I guess he's a heavy. Anyway, he's totally stuck in a sludge somewhere. A secret spot. Oh, they hear me stepping by and overhearing them. So we need to sneak up on them and overhear them somehow. It's a little puzzle on its own. Maybe just sneak up behind them, really. Like, just hide behind the throne and see if that works. Right here. Listen. There we go. Where's the hiding spot? Aha, Muzu. That's right. Good old Muzu. A pristine sanctuary, probably sanctuary. Spot with clear water. Well, I mean, we know a spot with clear water. It's all the way in Plymouth Mountain. Somewhere between Plymouth Mountain and the domain. Secret entrance behind the waterfall. Oh, I better check a waterfall with clean water. I probably could have found this myself. No one's listening. Okay. Let's do it. I regret not checking it myself now. I mean, this looks like it's the place. Hopefully we won't need the waterfall jump to do it. Given the issues we've had with it. Oh, that's something unlooted. And it's gone. Some fish we have not yet seen. Anyway, let's head on over. I mean, that looks clean. It's the way the water is being supplied, so let's head on over and find out. No, actually well, we'll probably need to check every waterfall, right? Because it's not just going to be the dam. It might actually be low level, so we'll take a look. I should have actually gotten materials to build a boat or something here. Come on. But we'll just cross and find out. Boat materials? Nope, not that I can see. But perhaps if I build a log raft. Use that as a platform. I won't get caught in the flow. This looks like a polluted waterfall, though. That looks like a clean waterfall. It looks much likelier, in fact. We shall see. We'll just make our way over by this passage. Again, perhaps a waterfall jump would have made this much more convenient, but you know, that's just going to be a casualty of the way we play. Whoop. Got up a little bit early here. Thought I was on a safe platform, and that was definitely not the case. We're totally going to slip. I'm not going to burn a stamina item on this, though. Although maybe I should have. That's alright. Make it across. We'll find a good ascension point, and we'll try to approach the waterfall from above, perhaps, and check it layer by layer. Well, too bad about that waterfall jump. I just didn't think about how dependent it was on the paraglider mechanic in order to perform its intended function. Okay, definitely a spot to stand on here. We should have taken advantage of that. Now we'll just move on up and proceed. Keys, yeah, we'll take them. I want the eyes, except I couldn't loot that one because he's way down. And we'll just cross. See an Octorok over there. Do I really want to spend an arrow in this? Not really. Well, uh-oh. I'm getting in some trouble here. Won't even get within range to loot that thing. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah. Oh wait, that looks like the clean waterfall. So we'll check it. One layer at a time. And see about that king. Blood moon? Okay, fine. We aren't really fighting much here anyway. Might just let the blood moon trigger before we do anything, although I might want to create a log platform here. Just to get us into that entrance.
When
James
the
D,
glow
welcome.
of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
So James D, I discovered another limitation of the glider. Or rather, the limitation of not having glider. The waterfall swimming mechanic that you'll remember from the first game totally doesn't work without it. Yeah, so if you try to swim, or rather if you try to use the glider, it does this. Just watch. It's not going to work. It's going to go up, and then I go back down. And in fact, if I didn't use a weapon, it would just send me back to the waterfall over and over. I'll see if I can show you. It's pretty funny to watch, in fact. Because you just keep bouncing. And there's no way to change it. Or move. In fact, as far as I can tell, the only way out of this is to do a weapon stomp. So yeah, I'm increasingly amazed, given the mechanics in this game, that Nintendo made the glider missable. Because missing it is much less forgiving than missing anything else. Oh, I guess I need to use this now too, because... See what I said about the glider. I know we can climb it. I bet we can climb it. Ooh, King doesn't look great. Also, you can totally freeze position using the scope. Wow, he looks in terrible shape. He's in terrible shape. Let's see what he's up to. Also, the claymore is badly damaged now that we've stomped with it repeatedly. That's okay, we'll go up without a waterfall. Anyway, oh yes, of course it's slippery here because it's all mossy and wet. I hope that also doesn't enforce the glider. What if we do ascend? Let's see if we can have a valid ascend point here. Yes, we can. So yeah, for the first time, we are doing something that is marked as main quest content. Poor guy. Is he in any state to talk? Let's ask Muzu, who doesn't like me very much. I mean, it's kind of fun to find out what you can do without the glider, but... Anyway, he's still alive, he's just in bad shape. It has been some time. Simply disappeared. Yeah, Muzu has never liked me. And yes, that's right, there's also this thing with the Phantom Zelda simulacrum going around that he's apparently witnessed as well. You probably gave them bad instructions as a puppet of the dwarf. Just after Hyrule Castle ascended into the sky when she's busy reporting on the blood moon and so on. Accompanied by a sludge monster. Ah, yes. Gravely injured by the sludge, and there she goes. And James D, you're saying when you play tomorrow, you're going to get back on the quest you've just been exploring. Yeah, this is the only quest I've been on at all. We stumbled upon it since it was just in your area when I was crossing over the mountains. I've had to do a fair bit of cooking simply because I am so weak defensively that I'm often at risk of being one-shot if I'm not at full health. Because we're on practically no gear, so... Everything leads back to the sky. It may well be that the answer to these riddles can only be found skyward. And we talked to the historian already, yeah. And the game will acknowledge this. I love how the game acknowledges stuff like this. You do things your own way. But of course, you found out about the Market of King first before the pointers to the king, so I guess we are doing things in order. So do we need to shoot an arrow at him to pop off a scale, or will he just give me one? Take a few. King's scale. Oh, they give me some attack power too. In case we miss. I wonder if we can cook with it or something. Or use it for gear. I bet we could use it for gear at some point. As, say, a high tier upgrade for the Zora clothes. You don't have any upgraded gear? Yeah, no, I obviously don't either. We do have a clue as to how you can do it and where you can do it, but I haven't followed up on that yet. I know where to look, basically. Please inform him about his situation. Yeah. And I guess we'll go all the way back up. And then we'll see about getting to the floating island. So, although again, if the idea is to balloon over to the waterfall and go up the waterfall, we need the parachute, which is unfortunate. Looks like there's an additional waterfall up here that we can ascend. I wonder if I can at least climb part of this, though. I should be able to. And we can also just peek up the waterfall to see what's up there. Because we've been up there before, so... Okay. Anything else to say? And I love how he does acknowledge the armor. Anything new? Nope, this is just same old information. Let's see what happens if I try to go up. Probably the same thing, except I'd take a pretty bad hit from trying to stomp my way down if I don't manage to get out of this waterfall climb. And yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any close, so you know, don't tell me too much about what to expect, but we'll get that. So yeah, this is just below. We've been here, although we haven't read the stone slab, so we do want to come back here at some point. Anyway, we have to basically spin the claymore, splash back down. Yeah, we should probably just get the glider. Oh, here is one of these guys. Bowl. We'll take it. Yeah, it does look pretty funny. Again, I'm really surprised at it. Because I don't think Breath of the Wild had anything that critical that was missable. But we've already had to bail on, I think, 2 different shrines from lacking the glider, and we've had to, you know, find our way around some other interactions as well that clearly depended on it. But I feel like a lot of the sky layout, once we get up there, will depend on it as well, so we should actually make our way towards obtaining the glider at some point. But since I'm playing this without warps, you know, we're just kind of exploring everything along the way anyway, and so that's how we wound up here as well. Anyway, let's just exit down below if we can't do it up top, or unless we send up here as well, which we can do. Just step by step. Maybe go up to the arch. Yeah, you can actually. I'm still not clear on the detection of valid ascension surfaces sometimes, so we just make do with whatever works. Maybe just get under that curve as well. I think as the angles are a little bit difficult to spot with this end. Whoop, you see. Exactly what I mean. But anyway, we can probably make it up. Slowly. And looking at the spot that seems to require a waterfall climb up into the floating islands in the sky, I think there are ways to do it with good vehicle usage. But again, we might be locked beyond that point, do we? We don't have the glider to actually traverse the islands. Whoa. Very slippery here. I wonder if there's something else we can do to get our movement to cancel out of the dive, just to get things to work. So this is slippery. Let's figure this out. There are lots of other ceilings over here. Whoops. Whoop, no, we'll keep falling down. Yeah, the slipperiness is the main issue. Otherwise we could have made it much further by now. Maybe if we started on this platform here. This looks like it could go pretty far. We'll see just how far. Could be quite a ways. Now, time spent here actually does scale the distance. Look at that, we got it. Beautiful. Where am I? Top of the dam. Nope, he's licking some meat over there. Let's just snipe him. What weapon are we holding? Claymore. Yeah, we'll just break it against him, I think. Then smash him with something else. You know what? And then smack and reload. Love the range on this thing. Oh, whoops. I guess we didn't get a loot him. That's okay. More water walls we can't climb. We've been up here before, though, but we want to talk to the prince. Oops. And let's head on up. What have we got over here? Just a protrusion. Yeah, I don't know if it's at the Korok density is just much lower. Thank you so much for the raid, MGM. Let's give you a quick acknowledgement here. With both the old and the new style. And you are also playing Tears of the Kingdom. Hope you've been doing well. I'm finally discovering in the stream the limitation to not having picked up the paraglider after 30 hours of play or so. There are, in fact, things I cannot do. And not just the shrines that we bailed on along the way, but there are actually critical things that I can't do. Whoops. So much for that. It wasn't really an ambition to play without the glider, it just kind of worked out that way because of my playstyle. And yeah, I absolutely love this game. I've been streaming it every day. I've been having just a glorious time with it. Let's just throw the long blade at him, I think, at this point. We'll just... Yeah, we're breaking it anyway. He's going all the way over there. He's totally not obstructed by the mug. We're the only ones affected. Or, oh yeah, yes he is. He's kind of stuck. Maybe. Alright, we'll just fight him from here then. Let him hop about and... Oh, he's going to spit. That's neat. Because, okay, because the Lizalfos has a water spit effect, it actually clears its own muck, which is really pretty funny. Yeah, it clears its own path with spit. By attacking it, yeah, like it's just kind of this emergent behavior from the enemy AI that works kind of perfectly to give it a slight tactical edge. Very interesting. like so many things in this game. Very interesting. We've also been spending a lot of weapons all of a sudden. I've freed up a couple slots that will probably merge in somehow. It's pretty gross, yeah. But it's effective. And that's what counts. Anyway, I don't know how much of a massive spoiler my current location is for you when it comes to your own progress, but hopefully not too much of one. I've, up until today, pretty much been ignoring any story or quest content, but we finally ran into something story relevant today. Oh yeah, Blood Moon. We previously fought all this, but just remember that Blood Moon came out before we got back here. So we'll do this again. Here's some of these camps. Look at them just having a bit of a lizard snack. How am I doing for health? We should actually load up a little bit. But I just want to get back up to the top of the mountain. But yeah, we've been playing around this zone for pretty much the entirety of this stream. And it's too bad I spent all of my batteries, the Zonai charges, last stream, because we would be able to do this thing here without the glider if I had some batteries for some additional balloon flight, I think. As it stands though, I don't think I can get enough elevation to do it, because basically the idea would be you do balloon plus glider, you send a balloon up, you turn off the balloons, you glide down with the wing rather than the paraglider. And I should be able to do it, but given the height we have here, I don't think I will be. MGM, you're really tired and want to avoid spoilers. Yeah, understandable. Thank you anyway for dropping by and dropping off what remained of your audience. And, oh yes, here's the Korok point. They're all gone now. As well as the balloon construction zone that we know about. I kind of wonder, I should do maybe a height check on the balloon here. Just to see how it's going to do. Yeah, I like the Blood Moon system. I mean, the Blood Moon system is necessary just because of weapon durability, right? Like, you have to continue cycling enemies and therefore cycling resources in some form, so it's absolutely essential as a part of the Breath of the Wild design. Now, I know there are some people who complain about weapon durability and wish they could just be total pack rats and just, you know, have strict linear upgrades throughout the game, but I actually really like the system as is. I found that in Breath of the Wild it really sang in Master Mode, where you kind of engage with the weapon management systems quite a bit more. But yeah, in this game, it gets you to experiment quite a bit more too, I think. Especially if you're like me and you haven't met Hestu and you haven't expanded your inventory by any slots whatsoever. That's the game kind of getting you to cycle your weapons. Leads you to be more open to novel combinations that emerge from whatever it is you're doing on the field. Now let's talk to him. Send him a message from his father. I mean, let's see what he thinks. We do know Landed a skyfish in a floating rock. Yeah. I mean, I have a pretty obvious lead, which is this thing right here. Does that look like a skyfish to you? It totally is a skyfish. I mean, it's really obvious. Can I tell him about that? Or will he just look at it himself?
Yes.
You know what? Let's just try to get up there. Might be a disaster, but it will be my engineering disaster. So, once again, without the parachute, we can't do the jump off of the waterfall. It's clear that's supposed to be the path. You're supposed to fly into the waterfall, make contact with it, jump up, and land. We can't do it. What we can do is some alternative feat of engineering. Whoops. Which might require me to spend some devices, but maybe it'll be worth it. The main limitation here is my battery charges. But we know that there's a balloon that's just supplied by the level here and is potentially reloadable, so we can take advantage of that and possibly take advantage of some logs as well to create something relatively balanced. You know, create a balloon basket that I won't fall off. That might be important. The problem is I would likely need the glider wing to do this. So you get on top, you do the droplet interaction, yeah. I'm just wondering if I have the supplies to do this, like if you really spend... I mean, I guess we should do a height check on a balloon first, which requires me to at least use a flame emitter, assuming I can't just find one around here. We should actually clear some of the muck in case it reveals devices. Although we're a little bit low in arrows right now. Yeah, probably not. I don't really want to spend this many arrows. But... okay. We have the batteries. Here's the thing. Do I know how to charge batteries? I do not. You have so much choo-choo jelly? Yeah. As do I. I mean, as with the last game, you can use it to trade up into certain elements, right? If you just... you know, for example, if you use a fire attack against chew jellies, and you get more fire chew jellies, and you basically can use that to produce materials if you're short. But... let's see. Oh, we do this. Ideally, I can find a way to charge the batteries, and so... the reason we would want that is so we gain some additional height. Let's read the description of the battery items again, because maybe that gives me a clue as to how to perhaps create a charge. Uses a power source. Use it to recover. I wonder what happens if I drop one of these and then use it in conjunction with the battery. Whoops. Like if we attach it. Does that do anything? Nope, guess not. Let's just pick it back up. But if we do an electric attack in the water, I want to see if this works. Because we tried just a standard electrical attack on these and it didn't go. But we just tossed an electric arrow in here, and I apologize in advance to our friend the Prince for this. Wouldn't I be able to get a charge? Let's do a yellow chew jelly. Whoops. Shocked ourselves there. That didn't do what I wanted. Yeah, I guess it uses its own form of energy. It's not just standard electricity, so shouldn't depend too much on that. Let's just have some steak. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe if I just plug these in as is, it'll give me some power to work with, but maybe we need a lightning strike or something. I don't know. Regardless. Now, previously we were going double balloon, maybe single balloon will do if we need to do a test flight first. Perhaps with the flamethrower. It's fairly clear to me that you would want something like a propeller or a glider wing. Or perhaps the idea is that you use the balloon to get some lift and then you use the standard glider to parachute over, but we're not doing that, so let's just do a test flight. Just do a height check and everything. Where are my devices? Yeah, we're pretty low on flame emitters, so I'm going to be a little bit cautious about this. I feel like adding some ballast like this is not a good idea. Because you don't want too much weight on this. So unless we know what we want to do with these devices, we actually shouldn't. However, while I'm here, we probably don't want to use the water weapon against this. Let's just see if we can get some lift and how high it goes. It actually goes reasonably high on a single charge. Reasonably high. If I do a double charge on this with a wing glider as a base, I think I can actually do this. Like the boomerang? Yeah, I've had some decent boomerang fights. I often have trouble catching them, but why don't we try it with one of these charges? Let's just see what happens. We plug it in, whether it has too much weight or if it actually gives you some battery or what have you. I don't really know. But if it works, we'll do it with a wing. It actually does give me battery power. Then how do we charge it? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have expended these then. Because now I don't have room to take out the wing. Oh, and the batteries break off. Yeah, I should have attached this to the wing glider. We totally could have done this. We totally could have done it. Now I'm just going to die. Which is not a bad idea, because then we can just retry this. Which I suppose is a form of safe scumming, but, you know. Single battery actually would have done it. Yeah, I didn't realize that those acted as batteries that way, even though we had used them earlier. I thought it was just activation points until we did a battery tutorial before this, but batteries actually get you pretty far, which is not something I knew. Anyway, we'll just take a dive. In fact, if I'm on this platform, I wonder if the crash actually hurts me or if it braces to fall damage. But it totally braces to fall damage, which is fine, except of course now I've used batteries, which is not good. We might just have to reload and come back here at a different point. Unless we spend some of the rockets with it. Let's see here, because I've spent my flamethrower here. Yeah, no, when we realized that the batteries were good, I should have stopped the device and saved the second battery for later, because batteries are not easy to come by. I don't want to use the big battery yet. I feel like we have to save it until we have something that we need. So I actually should have just taken a dive and taken a death here just to reload the batteries, but that's okay. We'll roll with it. Now, if we had a wing glider, I wonder if we would need the propeller with it, perhaps, in order to get a safe landing. Because we're a little bit distant right now. I know the idea is to get over to the waterfall with glider, but we can't do it that way, so we might have to spend a wing. These are precious. Don't really want to spend too many of them. I'm going to be a little bit unbalanced. If we aim like this, I actually kind of want to do the rocket launch as well, but I think the power consumption is going to be an issue, so a rocket thrust might be pretty neat. But if we use a wing, perhaps we can slide under and ascend. I don't know. We'll see. I'll likely have to consume my 2 remaining battery charges just to see. Yeah, too bad we can't just respawn the batteries here. So what is that? Not just rocks. Yeah, I wish I knew the batteries work that way. Well, we're spending objects anyway. Do I want to spend my rockets? I'm so low on these. Or a propeller. But then if we're out of power, the propeller's not going to help. I think we just have to maybe spend the large zonite charge and see if we can do this. Yeah, because this actually eats up battery right away because the wing's pretty heavy. You don't get a lot of lift out of it. That's why you can't just rely on the wing, in fact, is that it's just too heavy. I didn't realize the weight was like that. Also notice that when you have a merged weapon, soldier's broadsword plus boomerang, the boomerang can light up on fire, so the tip of the weapon can still interact with elements. So this was why we had trouble getting up to the sky in the other zone, is that by using a wing as a platform, it's much too heavy. Unfortunately, we've spent the wing now, and that leads to some problems. Unless we take the wing glider over to the waterfall and attempt the waterfall. But I assume that it's going to run into the same problem as the waterfall interaction we tried earlier, so we can try to spend a battery charge on it, or we can try to use the lightweight platform, which might be a lot better. Or we stand on a platform while carrying the wing. We need a wider platform if we want to do that, I think. Because we won't be able to drop the wing otherwise. And ride it. And we also won't get any initial thrust off of it, so that actually doesn't work. Let's think about this. We need a lot more thrust. Say we go like this. Maybe we go double rocket with it. It's going to eat battery like crazy, so it might not work. But I don't remember if rockets actually do consume power. I think they must. Anyway, we're committed to this now, and we've spent our rockets almost to the very last. And the idea here is that you get over that initial resistance. And then the idea from there is that I'll take the glider over, if I can. We'll need to spend the batteries, probably. Yeah, it burns battery like crazy, but it does take you up. So let's say we spend a zonite charge just to get some additional height, or maybe even just 2 of the standard batteries. Let's take a look here. This is actually going to work. So here's the moment of truth. Do we spend these 2? Yes. Because we don't need too much height here, as long as we can ride out the glider. Oh. Uh-oh. Wrong way. Don't point this way. Come on. We needed a steering stick is what we needed. Oh. Okay. Alright, that didn't quite go as planned. But what do we go to waterfall and try to jump it, or perhaps get a send? Get a bit of lift here. Get a bit of lift. No. No. We're going to miss. Alright. Well, maybe we can carry the wing all the way back up. Flamethrower it as well. Let's carry it back up the mountain. Carry it. Oh. Whoops, there goes the flamethrower. Fortunately, we lost our rockets. So, I needed the control stick for that so we could actually aim. That was a mistake. To not have that. Can we send this back up? Maybe a bit of a challenge. Yeah, we're so low on materials now. I wish I'd known that about the weight of the wing, because we didn't want to use the wing in the first place for the double balloon setup that we had. Between the two, I'd rather keep the wing. Let's see here. Because if we can respawn the battery... by being out of range. We might be able to do this. That's okay, we're learning these mechanics as we go, so... it's probably easier to just get the glider. Nope, balloon's not respawning here. We burned it out. Well, then, in that case, let's just ride the wing somewhere while it lasts. If we can find a good slope for launching it, unless we just put a propeller on it or something. Or a single rocket. You know what? Yeah, we might just have to come back here with the glider. We have more balloons that I can pop out for myself, but I wonder if we want to commit that hard to this strategy. It totally should work, though. We're getting enough lift. We're a little short on battery. Especially now that I've spent the rest of my Zonai charges to standard ones anyway. But maybe if we can get on that and climb it. Yeah, because we had a pretty bad tilt here earlier. Once the balloon burnt out. Let's think about this. As we do double rocket, I mean, yeah, we were tilted. We kind of pilot here. Get the balloon to lift something lightweight, and then I feel like we could have been able to do this. Let's see. We take balloon. And then lift it up with rockets as before. And if perhaps we get the control stick this time, except that we'd have to mount that in the middle. That's the issue. The control stick, I think, doesn't require battery to still operate, but because then we don't need to worry about like just walking back and forth on the glider. We can actually remain in place. But the problem is how to balance these objects, because the balloon would be bound over here. You'd have to spend a flame emitter again. Have a control point probably up top. Would kind of unbalance the glider towards the front. Which is why we went double balloon last time. Even though the energy consumption was a little bit rough. I think if we just go standard balloon, we might still be able to do this just by plugging in a battery. But again, aiming the glider has been a bit of a problem here. Especially because of the weight of the flame emitter on top. So, let's see. If we... I'm still low on resources, this is the thing. We keep trying these crazy things. How many balloons do I have? We're still decent. It's just that we have so... We're on the last battery. We've got very little to work with. Might even be a smart thing at this point to just, you know, despawn this area, come back, and get a new balloon and set of batteries, because the battery power actually should have solved everything. In terms of getting enough lift and getting enough height as well. But... So perhaps we should just bail for the time being, but, you know, I'm really tempted to try it one more time. Let's think about what kind of adjustment we can make to make this work. But yeah, you can see now why this is actually a much more lightweight platform. You can see the difference. And obviously the solution you're supposed to go for is balloon lifts this up, you just jump right off of it, use the paraglider, hit the waterfall, go up the waterfall, done. But we can't do that, so Balloon, flamethrower, 2 rockets. No, it's too much of a resource investment, I think, for... It's because we're just so low. I need more batteries before I can try something like that. Can, however... I don't know, we're so close, though. I can't leave this. We're so close to getting it. Like, if the glider had just pointed the right way, like if the wing were pointing the right way, we totally could have made it that time. You know what? Let's take a risk. It'll be the very last charge that we have. And if all else fails, we just, you know, eventually hunt down the paraglider and do all this stuff much less expensively. Get one of these. Flamethrower. Do we want double rocket for thrust? It's a little heavy on a battery, but if we get the full device, yeah, and then we can get a control stick. We might consider using the big battery as well, but that might actually be overkill. We should consider a control stick. Yes. Okay, so let's do this. Let's say we put the balloon kind of back here. I'm a little concerned about the direction of the lift, but if it's off center. But if we use the control stick behind, maybe it'll still work. The issue is that we'd want to... Whoops, let's not send it this way. Well, maybe we should send it this way instead of going straight up. I don't want to flip the whole thing over, that's the thing. Maybe we should do diagonal rockets. Just for fun, you know, get a bit of horizontal coverage. No, we need height. No, that should be what we prioritize. We really don't even need 2 rockets, but you know, this way we keep the initial thrust balanced. And then, okay, so nope, not that way. Let's flatten this out first of all. Otherwise, we're in for a massive disaster. Shake this off for a moment. Wish there were a more stable way to detach devices. Can we place it here? Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit off. It's going to unbalance the whole thing. It needs to be right on the tip. It needs to be symmetrical. Hang on, let's place this over here. Just to work on it. Just needs to be absolutely symmetrical. Okay, tip and tip is not exact. It needs to be exact. Or we're going to have huge problems with aim. There we go. That seems a little bit better. Okay, we'll have a control stick this time. That's going to be the improvement because then... but we might still need to... The problem is that the control stick is going to affect the flamethrower manually, and we might need to manually tap the flamethrower, but as soon as we let go, the glider is going to tip forward. Yeah, because that's the problem, is that we want to manually deactivate the flamethrower and only the flamethrower at some point. But of course, this is a fresh balloon. We're not going to expend its durability. Oops, come on. That's not it either. I'm going to snap this thing in that position. Let's... Oops. Pull it back a little bit. Put it like this, maybe? Yeah. It's a little off-center. The problem with the wing is that the balance actually does matter quite a bit. And even slight fluctuations in weight can throw us completely off course. But a control stick might improve things slightly. Because then I don't need to walk around all the time. So, the thing is, this is entirely dependent on my final Sonar battery, the last one I have. And if this doesn't work, we don't even get to roll for new devices. For a long time. Which means we're totally out of rockets, too. So, this is very much an all-in play. Do we want to flatten this out a bit so it's not on a slope? Probably. Let's not drop the whole thing, though. Maybe we should tilt the rockets a bit, too. Thrust forward, but otherwise it's going to send us back, right? Like it's in its current position. So maybe a forward diagonal is better. Let's make an adjustment. Or perhaps just place it in such a way that it's going to be balanced. Like this. This is where the stabilizer would have come in handy. We tilt it forward a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we'll take it. Yeah, no. I don't like it. It's going to send us backwards. In this angle. Let's take a bit of risk. Final two rockets. Let's tilt it forward slightly. Yeah, that's a lot better. Get the initial thrust in the right direction. Get as much elevation gain as we can. Whoops, come on, shake it off. Okay, how are we doing for placement? Seems imperfect, but it's whatever. Happens when everything looks so analog. Yeah, the rocket placement actually looks way better this time with that 45-degree angle. And the balloon will hopefully do its thing. And then we need, after that, the battery for sure, because the rockets are just going to burn this thing like crazy. The zone I charge, rather. Where is it? Zone I charge, our very last one. And we'll have to pilot this thing down afterwards, so. Alright, wish me luck. We're going to try... see if this will work. Also, this is a bad time for Joy-Con drift to act up. Okay. Alright. Who needs unmanned test flights when you've got balloons? Ready? Let's... okay, so we need to, like, let go at some point and then tap the flamethrower. Let's maybe... yeah, okay, boomerang broadsword's fine for that. Let's go. Can I go? Hey, how come it's not letting me? Oh, maybe the control stick placement is... how come it's not letting me activate that? Yeah, maybe the control stick placement is too close right now. Let's... maybe it's not detecting that I'm standing on it. I'm concerned about its balance if it's too close in. Oh, it's not tilted that way. Because the thing is, we're going to be pitching the glider forward like crazy once we let go, so we need to gain some height. Okay, now we can do it. Control. Alright, hopefully this works. We have the balloon, we have some height. We should ascend, but... yeah, we need to get in position for that, so maybe we should spend a charge. Let's see my position here. Whoop. Yeah, we want to... okay, we need to commit to this right now. You turn on the controls, the flamethrower reactivates. We let go, we'll try to get ascend in this position. Hang on. Nope. No. We gotta use this now. Come on. No. Let's try to turn this. Can't believe we're actually doing it this way. Unfortunately, the glider is not turning as much as I would like it to. Nor am I getting in quite enough height, but basically if this thing burns out, the glider starts pitching like crazy, and it's going to burn out very quickly here, which is good because we actually want the power to burn out. Whoa. No, we don't. No, we don't. Oh boy. Something like that. That's okay. Contingency plan. Oh, the glider is just going to die on me in a sec. I'm going to be just a little bit too low for the waterfall too. What? Hey, we got battery back. You know what? We survived long enough on this thing to just actually get more battery power, which is interesting. Can we just go up? Oh. Oh. Nope. Missed. Well, there goes that. Did we just drop the whole aircraft over here? Yeah, okay. So we saved the aircraft at least, but we have no battery power. Maybe we should just use the large battery. Hang on. Get some additional lift. We won't have to rocket anymore. But we can get back up with this thing. Oh, except this wing is about to die. It's just about out of durability after so many flights. Because is the durability per flight, or does it reset completely? Maybe it resets completely. But it's just way too heavy. Yeah. Okay, well, we burnt all our resources on this and it didn't work, so... what we can do is we'll just salvage this and take the wing and fly somewhere. Although it's about to blink out of existence, so maybe that's not a good idea either. We may just have to come back with a parachute. But yeah, I didn't realize the wing was just so heavy. I guess we should just maybe detach the flamethrower and put on a propeller or something and just go on a flight. Except a propeller doesn't give you initials for us. Like, we'd actually want a rocket, but we have no more rockets. So, there goes our last battery. What is this? This is just a rock. Okay. That's unfortunate. We still need to understand a lot more about the flight mechanics in this game. And maybe taking the rockets straight up would have been better that time instead of that forward diagonal, because it actually sent me under the platform a little too close. That's okay. Yeah, because if you put wheels on this, then you can use the propeller to send it forward, but without some kind of landing gear, I don't think it actually works. So let's just detach, let's just chuck some of this stuff. And again, I don't know if the durability is carried across. It might be, in which case the wing isn't going to last us very long. Also notice that, yeah, there's this foot pad icon in the center of the wing as well, which... yeah, perhaps it doesn't really require the control stick, which is a bit of a precious item in its own right, but... oops, come on. It's always on this tilt. There we go. Obviously we can't pilot anything until we have some power. We put it over here. We actually need to send it down a slope, I think. Where's a good downslope? We don't have one. Yeah, because propeller by itself doesn't overcome friction. A wheel might do it, though, because a wheel would give you some initial thrust, but as suited for surfaces, yeah. Maybe we should expend that. Maybe not on top of a rock, though, given that it explicitly warns you about that. You know what, we can do it. We can do it. And we need to be careful with its direction of travel, which is marked. Because the wheel says it goes this way, yeah. Let's flip this over and let's make sure we have the correct orientation. This wheel is a little bigger than I thought. Okay. Nope, it totally doesn't work. We just need an initial push with it. We don't need it to be good. We just need the wing to start up somehow. Doesn't handle bumps very well. Well, we're about to find out. Okay. Oh, if it's on a slope like that, you actually can't get on the control pad. Let's maybe tilt it forward like this. Nope. Come on. Yeah, the weight's not very well distributed. I'm trying to lodge it somehow. Oh, it does let me take control also. The wheel is just not going to make contact. Let's move it somehow. Yeah, we maybe needed to use the big one. Or we just have a better, flatter surface like this. And we just glide away from it. I was hoping to face in the other direction though, so let's find a good takeoff point. This has maybe gotten a little bit ridiculous, but that's okay. That's what this game is all about. We can just prop it up with something. I didn't expect a small wheel to be this big, even though we'd seen it before. Okay, let's do this. Hope it doesn't get stuck against a rock. It's gonna get stuck against a rock. Oh, and the wing just breaks. Okay, never mind. I'm totally out of durability on that thing. Do we want to spend another wing on this kind of foolishness? Not really. They're rather precious. At this point, especially now that I can't roll for more, so... Okay, so much for this project. What about... What happens if I take the balloon, which, I don't know if it's still attached to the flamethrower here. Where is it? Rock over there. No, it's not. Unfortunately. I actually wonder if you take this thing up to Death Mountain, if it just floats by itself. Given that it would be immersed in high heat, right? Like, shouldn't balloons basically be self-powered if you get to Death Mountain? Maybe. Anyway, we wasted so many resources. What's one more between friends? Well... Let's see. Yeah, because the wing's just gonna sink and then... Okay, you know what? Let's go all in. Why not? And yeah. Okay. Let's just assemble this. This all started with trying to make the flying platform, and now we're just trying ridiculous setups because no real destination in mind, really. Just going to make a vehicle. Perhaps one that is a little better balanced. Yeah, let's move this in just a little bit. If we hadn't spent those batteries up top, we'd be in significantly better shape than we are now. Let's flip this. Everything's too far backwards. Okay, maybe we can tilt it up and balance it. Attachment points are always a little bit inaccurate for me. I need to change the wheels anyway. Yeah, that was the problem that we anticipated with putting the control stick too far front, is that as soon as we deactivated the flamethrower, or as soon as it ran out of battery in the balloon setup, we suddenly had the issue where we were pitching forward just because of our weight being front-loaded on the glider once it was unpowered. So, I need to avoid that from now on. Can we power this up and maybe the wheel will just balance itself? No, hang on. Let's just rebalance. Move the wings up. Move the wheels up, rather. Until it can just stand up by itself. On top of this curve. Yeah, they look a little out of alignment, don't they? It's gonna be a disaster. Absolute disaster. Yeah, no, we need to move this back. I can't really see. Get it to line up symmetrically. Let's do this. Nope, that's way off. Hang on. Let's move this back a notch. That a little better? Little better. Still have my doubts. We just wanted to not have too much tilt initially. I think it's a little bit further down the wing than this one here. Wish we had a little more grid-like exactitude. I suppose having a finer pointed grid is more flexible for complex layouts, so... Okay, this looks way better. Let's do it. And the wheels are going to consume battery even though we're not really using them here. And then we can just use the glider, unpower it to conserve battery. Try to swing it up a bit. Are we hitting anywhere in particular? Not really. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. And that caused a few problems here. Gotta master the art of flight in this game. Oh, look. Yeah, of course we're going to fight him. Hang on. Let's land this. And make sure I don't lose this whole thing. Park here. We'll keep this, actually. We've been covering quite a great distance. Oh, we woke him up. He's got the foot vulnerable to fire. Let's do that. And then shoot him in the eyes. Okay, let's go for the heavy weapons this time. Just to take him down quickly if we can. Okay, how am I doing for health? Let's heal up. We don't want to get one shot. We might get one shot anyway, given his weight class here, but... And let's just finish the top corner here on the food, just to avoid issues. Okay. He's gonna go down easily. I keep trying to screenshot their locations while their life bar is still active, and I keep missing with these guys because their life bar disappears pretty quickly after you slap them, compared to some of the other bosses. Anyway, we've farmed this guy just now, and Traveler's Broadsword critical hit. Do we want to... Let's see what a Traveler's Spear is, just to see what the effect is. Long throw? Nah. No. We'll just keep the sword. It seems like the weapons that are hooked under necklace aren't necessarily lootable, though, in this game. They don't always seem to drop if you kill the thing. Anyway. Hey, we made it quite a ways here. Let's see. Where do we go? Let's, yeah, there's a gate over here. We can maybe go down to this region. Leave the domain. Thing is, we're inevitably going to lose a little bit of elevation with this vehicle, but we can do so while crossing vast distances. Just by unpowering and repowering it here and there. The issue is that, you know, when you reactivate it, I'm always a little unaccustomed to the very sudden weight that is imposed. We can even just use it as a land vehicle when it's not fighting, although maybe we should have used the all-terrain wheels for that if we wanted. And of course there is the limited durability on the wing after you've been riding it for a while. Also, there's another encampment up there. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this is interesting. What's it? Oh, this is just an under dock down below. Is that what we'd fought previously? No, it isn't. That's something new. We can try to take it, but I don't want to lose the vehicle, so let's just keep it for as long as we can. And not die in combat because we'll lose it upon respawn. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so these guys, actually just a small encampment. A couple of Lizalfos. We don't want to outrange this by too much. Is there a particular reason why I want to take these guys? Not really. Yeah, we've been here actually. So this I think was a Lionel. I believe we marked that. I want to go south. We want to go towards Dino Village if we can. Maybe head towards the mountain. But to do that, we would... Oh, what's that I saw? Nothing. Kind of facing west here. You know, we can do that and just kind of wrap around. Unless we want to go down the south side. Let's scout ahead a bit. While remaining out of range. Okay. Maybe a bad idea to muck about here. Hang on. We might just need to cut through this camp anyway because they're in a way of where I want to scout. Kind of low on arrows though. Why do I have so much drift all of a sudden? Whoa. Alright. Do we want to make short work of them or longer work of them? Where's my shock weapon? Do I still have my shock weapon? No, I don't. However, we do have one of these. Okay, that blows that up. Whoa, that does quite a bit. Gotta remember how weak we are. Health-wise. Whoa, down to very few arrows. Oh, so much for the boomerang. Let's switch at it. Water weapon doesn't really do much against these guys. We can just smack them directly. No, let's go spike ball. Or arrows. Okay, simplify this a little bit. Whoa. Rather too much punishment there. Let's heal up. Yeah, that's why I don't usually play with these slow two-handers. Where's my vehicle? It's still there, good. So the main thing I was concerned about was just being out of range. And also, can we just drop some of this stuff? And then with this one, we'll merge it. Okay. And yeah, we'll move the vehicle closer so again we don't lose it. Then let's just break some of this stuff. We're so low on arrows, we do need to loot more. That's a start. I was hoping to go off a southern slope somewhere. Here, oh, there's these shrooms. So we find a good takeoff point. That is south facing. Some luck over here. Then we can head towards where we want to go. Maybe even down here. Let's down to these trees. We are facing the right way. Where's my car? Let's suck it down. launch pad. And hope that the wing actually lasts a decent distance before everything expires. Okay. Facing south. Yeah, let's just fly. Let's see where it takes us. Oh, it is not giving me much distance. We're in fact in somewhat big trouble. We can always replace the wing, of course, but, you know, we're burning so many of these items already that maybe that's not a great idea. Yeah, I guess anything that you stand on potentially wears out. I mean, balloons wear out, wings wear out. I don't really know if that's true of anything else as far as the parts go. I wonder why they do that. What the design rationale is. What specifically is trying to prevent when it comes to player behavior. Now, if we're flying over water, we're likely to have a soft landing, so, you know, we'll do that. And hope we last. Are we over water? I can't actually tell. Yes, we are. We're going to drop our wheels. But if we recover our wheels, maybe we can still make a car. Everything's still powered on. Or was. Oh, here's another skull base here. Now, can I recover some of this stuff? I would probably need to extend my reach. Okay, hopefully it doesn't despawn them all when I come up here, to get something that will allow me to reach. We actually didn't get that far, which is the bottom of the dam, so let's hopefully remain within spawning range. I just want to float a platform. If this in fact floats instead of sinks to the bottom. I'd love to fight this base, but we're so low on arrows. Let's just continue. Did we despawn it? I think we despawned it. Okay, that's too bad. So I was hoping to salvage the wheels and the control stick and create something new. Maybe even use this as the platform to drive. Oh, got some mounts here. Unfortunately, very few arrows to work with. That's okay. Let's assault the base, maybe. See what happens. Picking up a mount isn't the worst idea, rather. In the state we're in currently, I mean, we've got lots of weapons, we got... Oh, they can totally hear me. Don't really have the muscle memory yet for Ascend. Or the aim. Aim, I said. There we go. Exit points. And... let's just get upstairs. Yeah, too bad we blew most of our resources on something that didn't work, but that's the second time it's happened now. And that's just going to be part of the experience in this game. You know, occasionally you risk a lot of materials. Look at all the explosives here. I guess we should just drop the explosives once we loot this place. Just dunk everybody down below if we can find them. Spiked iron ball hammer, yes, obviously. We still need stuff to break crates. We're pretty far from Tarrytown, so we might not really have an opportunity to disassemble the opal. Well, let's drop our rock boomerang because that's likeliest to be easily replaceable. Second level here, we see some iron. See moblins down below. We should just bomb them, which is bombs away, and let's clear the whole base. Toast everything down below. I don't know if this is even hitting. Oh, it totally is. Anybody still alive down there? Roasted most of them. Oh, guy. Looks like he's actually got a shocking backpack. I think they look pretty dead, but there are some outside the base, of course, so let's just take a peek out here to see what we can hit. Oh yeah, we can totally get a drop on him and probably take the horse while we're at it. Bombs away. Okay, just a little out of range here. Get him any closer. Oh, just a little out. Yeah, he's totally got a rather hazardous backpack. We can kite him in, that would be best, but I don't want to spend too many hours on it. We'll just have to fight him on the outside and not get nuked if he starts pelting us. But given the lack of question mark icons and such, I think the way down may in fact be safe. Can we just blow up these? Oh, we don't want to toast the contents. Let's go down this way. Try to get the jump on this level. Whoa, there we go. Bit of an awkward position there, but we got it. We've actually got quite a few spike weapons at this point. And everything here is toasted and cooked. Grab this as well. And what do we got now? Yeah, we'll have to fight that guy on the outside, but luckily all the moblins are dead, so we'll just sneak over there. Traveler's sword? No, we don't care. Wonder if the water effect does anything in terms of knockback. You know what? It might be useful here because he's got electric. Whoa, no. Hang on. I was trying to run away from that. We're just in the middle of a weapon charge, and so... Whoops. We knew that was coming, too. Because I saw his backpack, and the backpack kind of gives away what kind of ammo we're fighting against. And I wonder what the save here is going to be, if it's going to kick me back way outside the fight. No, it's going to kick me back here. Are the moblins still alive? Yes, they are. That's okay. And we'll just redo this quickly. And get the drop on them. A couple of these should do the trick. That one was pushed slightly out of range. Let's drop as much as we can until they're pretty much dead. Yeah, we actually knocked this guy too far back. That's the issue we ran into previously. Okay, that one's going to get toasted. That's fine. One on this side, too. Oh. Oh, it's actually armored. We didn't know that because we just blew up the armor last time. No trouble with it. Just like that. Yeah, this guy's a real threat here. Is the goblin with the lightning arrows, who also had armor. Now, I didn't hear a treasure chest chime, so there is a locked chest around here. This enemy base. We aren't seeing it. Loot the food. Let's continue. Loot everything we can. Where are the enemy parts? Did we actually blow them all up? I think we did. So, okay. Guess we don't get the moblin parts this time. But slight loss of efficiency. There are the horses. Might want to take one anyway, even if we have no plans to register it. Well, we'll explore the area first, just to see. Yes, so we can partly grab all of this stuff. Yeah, I guess we just blew up all the other loot. That's okay. Guy's absolutely loaded with shock fruit. You have to wonder, with the guys who were loaded with meat, whether the meat had some kind of combat effect for them, or if they just use it for healing, or what, because it's clear to me that, you know, the backpack bokoblins explicitly signals some kind of item interaction, such as the element that they're going to use against you. This guy might already be domesticated. We totally spooked him. Anyway, 2 spur horse here. We're not really going to keep it in the long term, but, you know, we'll take a ride out of here and perhaps find our way down. Or to something else interesting that will divert me along the way. How well do we remember this landscape? It's this way. Passage from the fort. Could be. Yeah, this actually takes you around the mountain to the cave. So no, we want to go around this way. I remember this canyon, actually. It's a fairly conspicuous branching path. I think the objective will be to go to Hatino village if we can. See what has become of it. We're going to be winding down fairly soon. I'm just going to look for a natural stopping point, because I remember there's like a particular bridge, or there was anyway, in Breath of the Wild, that separated these regions. There was a specific crossing to look for. This looks like a Korok set. Or is it? No, it's just apples. I don't know if we need to match the apples. I don't think the branches match well enough for that to be the case. Oh, yellow shoe, we're not getting close. Yeah, just gonna knock down all the apples for you, which works. Okay, we'll take it. Also, building materials over here for boats? No. Kind of, you would think so from the wooden planks. How come they're not being highlighted? Oh, okay, we get within range. Yeah, propellers or anything like that? Oh. We do have a sail. Oh, right, we're just back to the coast where we started. If we want to take the river passage, but I don't think we do. I think we already know where that leads. Although if we did, we could basically take the sea out to where it points towards Eventide and kind of go up the coast from there, but I think we'd rather have the horse. Where's that horse? We can't whistle to it if it's not domesticated, right? Didn't think so. We can always just grab another horse. I don't know. Or we can just take the boat. Where did I leave that horse? I thought they had a pretty decent range. Ah, there it is. Okay. The horses have a longer range than the despawn on the vehicle parts, and I know that from one of the previous sessions. So we want to take a right and try to cross the regional boundary. We should eventually get to work on that paraglider, though. Answer the question of just how missable it was. This is an interesting platform. We should check it. Oh. Okay. Let's just see. I mean, I'll probably want to continue with the horse, but... Oh yeah, conspicuous tree over there. That's probably worth a look. Let's just get a layout of the land. Since we've been playing this game actually pretty much mapless so far, just given that we haven't unlocked the ability to use the towers. Yeah, that's almost certainly Nadra over there, flying around her mountain. I would assume that the Shrine of Wisdom there, Spring of Wisdom rather, is tied to the same Forgotten Temple quest as the Spring of Power, but that's just a guess. Shrine over there. No, that's one that we've done and opened by the looks of it. Yeah, that's the Shadow one. Okay, so it's actually the other way we would want to go. Around the mountain. Or rather through this way. There's a clear passage to do so. Might not be. I think you have to kind of go through the original Fort Hitino route or something. Or just climb and see what happens from there. We can take the horse and kind of go on a roundabout adventure, or which would kind of take me close to where we previously been in Kakariko. Or we can just go directly over. Let's go. Let's go. not fuss too much about it. See what kind of trouble we run into along the way. That looks like a Korok spot. For sure. One of them in the very familiar style. Okay, so where is the movable piece? If it's anything like the previous game, the gap will point towards it. Poor fox. Oh, okay. Just mild shock. Nothing critical. Probably a stone on top of this rock or something. Let's check it. Yeah. You know what? Why throw it when we can just place it like this? And pop it in place. Now, does this require 2 or will 1 do? 1 will do. Okay. Yeah, we'd have to go around a whole mountain to get the village. No, it's on that side of the region. We can proceed this way. And do this crossing instead. And yeah, let's do that. Let's just go up. And of course, I'm very curious as to what has become of Eventide Isle. If it works anything like it did in the last game, though, we do probably want to upgrade our character power a little bit. In terms of the innate statistics that we have here with stamina and health. I did challenge it pretty early back in Breath of the Wild, though, as well. And, oh. Here's a squad. We're low on arrows. We might not be able to do very well. Yeah, it's too bad. I usually sneak up and these guys are behind. And didn't quite get a chance to this time. He's just gonna climb. He's got a pretty good line of sight on that arrow. Let's try to shock him. Then, what do we have for weapons? We maybe use the water effect while they're shocked. Oh. Whoops. Let's remember to run away. You know what? There's a whole cluster here. Let's just continue shocking them. Like, they want to stand together? Okay, you can stand together. Oh, this guy's got the meat sack. Which means we shouldn't burn everything too aggressively here. Oh, oh, he's gonna throw his buddy. Okay. Just means we'll loot all the meat. Okay, whistle bow's gonna break. Let's make sure we have a bow and backup. We are going to get in with the melee weapon. We've got so many spike weapons, let's just use one. Whoa, that's quite a charge. If he's disarmed, I don't think we've actually seen that attack before from him. I'd rather deal with the club here than the charge attack. Well, okay, no, he's gonna pick something up. Just get in and smack him. What a knockback on that guy. He's apparently pretty heavy, but apparently the spike ball knockback has something to say about that. Two-handed axes, Boko shields. Do we want a Boko shield? I mean, spike Boko shield. I mean, yeah, you're not gonna be able to get Hudson back for some time, but let's just loot the enemy parts instead. And yes, we're going in this direction. Right, because here's the canyon that has the passage that was built through it, the Nauru Road, which we've ridden through many times. It seems to be in a bit of a rough state here, and look at that. That looks like it's another maw that has opened in the landscape. Now, if we can make the crossing, that would be great, but I don't know if we'll be able to do so in this position. We might have to cross some other way. Yeah, maybe you can just jump the cliff and go. Or just take it out the gate, like leave the gate and head out towards the mountain, which is a little off target for where I want to go. I want to go southeast. Probably by way of this southern passage. I wonder if the waterfalls work the same way, in fact. Because there was that one particular passage that's just kind of tucked in here and was the original site of one of the shrines. But cross this way and jump it over here and we'll see. It's around the crossing into T-junction, if I recall, but that was just a shrine location in the last game, and obviously all of that has disappeared. Yeah, some familiar elements of the landscape feel noticeably sparser just from the lack of shrines and Koroks. Maybe just as a result of this game being spaced out quite a bit differently, given the addition of additional areas like the Sky World. But we shall see. Yeah, because there's this whole passage here. That looks a little different from what I remember, in fact, but you know what? Let's ascend. Let's remember from time to time that ascend exists. Yeah, you got this whole passage over here. Maybe it has a new cavern that wasn't previously open, but Does look a bit different, doesn't it? Do we want to lose elevation to see it, though? I mean, might be getting into quite a situation there, so let's take a look at where we are first and how we're progressing. There's Nadra. And let's just see. Well, that looks rather tempestuous. Really tempestuous. It's a fairly low floating island, though. Bach Addict, welcome. Hope you've been well. What have I found so far? In this game? Let me see if I can describe it for you. I've barely done any of the main quests, but we do have the Zora suit for waterfalls, which I can't use because we don't have a paraglider. In fact, if I try to ascend this waterfall, I actually wonder how high it would take me, but the issue, you'll see it in a moment. If it takes me high in the sky, I wonder if we can, in fact, drop down to a location we're choosing. It does give the prompt, but I will try to demonstrate what happens when you try to use that with a glider. We need some slip resistance food or some stamina food here, quickly. Hang on. I'm just going to lose everything here quickly. Yeah, let's get this and let's get some slip resistance for just a moment here. Oh, hang on. That's why we have these. Come on. Wow, that was a lot of food I wasted. This is what happens. You just keep bouncing. I would really like to get up there, though. To see if I can go up the waterfall in the current state. But basically, if you don't have a parachute, that's what it does. The only way to get out of that I can see is to use a weapon. Okay, this was a bad time for rain. We spent so many of our stamina items. We didn't even make the climb. I probably shouldn't have tried to scramble it, but we'll take it as is. We should just ascend. We're inside a cavern. We can just go ascend inside here and we should be able to pop all the way up. Hey, this is new. I was saying that I should really log off soon, but then of course we keep discovering stuff. Ooh, this is interesting. We got a wing. Now why would it give me a wing here? It must be useful for something. But anyway, we might just ascend out of this. Ooh, okay, that's why. Maybe we don't want to fall into that. However, yeah, so we found this cave. Got a wing for some reason. The wing would probably get me across. Oh, here's something else. Damage, yeah. Okay, this is new. Oh, we need to run this somewhere. We probably need to put it on the wing and send it to a certain location. Using the rockets and a propeller. Yeah, that's what it is. I bet we need to send it across to the other side of the chasm. There's definitely stuff back here, though. Strong Zonite shield. We're finally going to ditch this. I think Zonite doesn't count as metallic, as far as I know. So we should Yeah. Bye-bye, President Hudson. We've had a really good run. You and I. We should switch to Night Shield or Zora Shield. Here we go. Unforgivable, yeah. We've been hearing that a lot from the sign guy. Actually, we had a pretty good run of signage. Recently. Okay, who's on the other side? Should we just shoot him? Sight unseen. I kind of want to see who this is. Somebody glowing, though. Like they have an electric weapon or something. Let's just see. Oh, Horriblin, probably. Or, oh no, like light. Okay, great. But we need arrows for this. Oh, we're standing on water. Maybe that's not smart. Fighting this guy? Yeah. That's not smart at all. Let's... Better rush him down. Nope. Hang on. Hang on. We need to pelt him immediately here. Whoa. Okay. Let's get a... Come on. Weapon. And just smack him with something hard because I want to get rid of him soon. Okay. Yeah, not wasting time with that way. So... Do we want to use this yet? No, we don't. We've only got good weapons for smashing things now, but... We get a rock off of something. Zora Shield, that's okay because if we drop this, then we can attach it. Which maybe isn't a good idea when we don't have any non-metallic shields left. But okay, so we dropped the bow. That's okay, we got it back. Do we really want to use some of these? Maybe use the one with a gem. No, that totally doesn't work. We have a rock here that we can use. I'm very reluctant to. Oh, that's okay. It's just one hit. Let's just use our pristine iron hammer. Or rock salt. Probably not worth it. Oh, this guy's worth it though. Bubble jam, and that guy runs away. It's fine, bomb flower. Yeah, we need some cheap, smashy weapons. So we don't have to spend all our best stuff on breaking simple things, but... Anyway, it's pretty clear to me that the idea here is to build something that will allow me to cart the crystal while the beam to its end and offer the crystal there. So, yes, we would need to use the rocket glider and propeller, I'm sure. Oh, there's a rock for smashing. What do we even have for weapons right now? Yeah, let's pick something up. And... Whoops. We'll just assemble the vehicle. Do this little overworld puzzle here. Rocket control stick propeller, yep. That looks pretty clear to me. That unburied rocket. That's okay, we'll get everything out. Wait, do we follow it or just escort it? We just follow it. So we just ride it. Or... Wait, can we read this thing again? No, we do need to take it with us, I'm pretty sure. That's the whole point. What? Okay, so... rocket needs to be attached kind of up front. You know this from experience. Oh, and we put everything on a track too. Which is why it will be conveniently placed and aligned. Control stick up here, and then we need a crystal. Will load a crystal right behind me, or will it weigh things down? It's okay if it weighs things down a little bit because the glider is pointing up. I think we can still manage that. And we might need to steer it anyway, so... Okay. Maybe move this a little further front so we can get some distance on it. We have to take the glider up. Whoop. Okay. That didn't work as well as I hoped. That's okay, but it crossed a gap, and that's what you need it for, so. Yeah, that's all you needed it for. We're gonna stop here when I plug it in and see the shrine. That's all I have time for today, but... Here we go. Nice little overworld vehicle puzzle. I don't think we had seen one precisely like that before, although we have another one that wasn't accounted for when it comes to bringing a crystal to its destination, which was the one in Tarrytown. We haven't figured that one out yet, but we'll be looking for this kind of embracing ring like that for plugging in a crystal, so now at least we know what to look for when it comes to overworld crystal puzzles. Also, I shouldn't forget that waterfall up to the sky that we just saw in this area, but we'll try to keep that in mind for next time when we return to this game for the next session, so we'll just receive Aurora's blessing here and then battery, which, yeah, we'll save those up because those are one of the few things we have going for us now at this point, because we spent so many resources, including all of our rockets and all of our Zonite charges, every single one. And unfortunately, that has set me back quite a bit. We came so close earlier, too, to being able to reach the skyfish platform. I want to say windfish, but not exactly the same thing here. Anyway, we are here at the promenade. We're going to end here. Let's switch to something... no, we'll just stay on this weapon. Maybe, yeah. We'll shoot this guy down. Come on, get over here. Oh, he won't. Come on, dare you. Come on in. Barracuda. This is how we get roped into playing and playing. So much to do. Day after day. Session after session. But we are in fact going to finish here. After I loot this on the side. I'll scan around to see if there's anybody worth raiding. But with a small audience and at this hour, we may or may not do so. We're going to finish here though. Pretty good progress today. We did a ton of the Zora content. If not all of it. We ran into the swimming up waterfalls without the glider interaction, which has suddenly become a massive roadblock. So I guess we might have to compromise on this glider thing. It was never intentional anyway to play without the glider. It just kind of happened that way for 30 odd hours. And all unorthodox things must come to an end. So we'll likely be hunting for that when we get around to it. Wanted to approach Hitino Village this session, but that'll have to wait, and of course that's a huge waterfall up to the sky right above where we are right now that we expended way too many stamina refills on not reaching. But it's not raining anymore, so next time, maybe. For now, though, thanks for watching. I wish I could stay up and play further, but I wish that every day. We'll see you later, though. Thank you for joining me at any point in the stream, whether you're watching live or through the VOD, as slightly more sensible people may be prone to do. And until next time, as always, everything well.